This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball, and yes, we are enjoying the ride that is a pennant race in September. Last night, Game 2, Adam Wainwright on the mound. He picked up win number 19, his 5th complete game of the year. Also broke up a no-hitter in the 6th, and the Cardinals held on for a thrilling 2-0 win. Magic number is at 9. Welcome to Cardinals baseball. That's Rick Horton. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Delighted to have you with us. Well, pennant race, September, a chill in the air. It doesn't get much better.
Yeah, an outstanding game here last night. There was a lot of energy here at the ballpark. Wainwright was terrific, and I'm going to get a little greedy here, and I'm going to ask for a little more Cardinal offense, though, to support the Cardinal pitching that has been terrific over the last week. But we'd like to see that offense get back to where they were early in the month.
Back to the pitching. It's Shelby Miller going tonight. The former Cardinal Kyle Loesch for Milwaukee. The rubber game. Cards and Brewers coming up. Numbers by individuals against particular teams. Cardinals starters, no losses in 8 or more starts against an opponent. Chris Carpenter, John Denny, Bob Bowman, all on that list. And trying to add to that list is Shelby Miller here tonight.
Shelby Miller's pitched very well against the Brewers and has pitched well in the month of September. He's really found his style. He's using his off-speed pitches much better, really coming into his own at just the right time.
In the season series against the Brewers, and it wraps up tonight, the Cardinals have controlled Chris Davis and all-star Jonathan Lucroy.
Davis 175, not in the lineup. Jonathan Lucroy, an all-star catcher, but the Cardinals have contained him as well.
Lucroy overall this season hitting .303, and he's in the lineup tonight. He'll bat third. We've got baseball. Game 3 coming up. Baseball. Come in and visit Mid-American Chevy dealers and make your move to Chevrolet today. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. St. Louis Cardinals, Milwaukee Brewers, the rubber game. Pittsburgh 2.5 games back. Milwaukee 5 out in the Central. The division series of the National League will be seen on Fox Sports 1. The Brewers trying to keep things loose. Their bullpen. A lot of guys down there, too, with all the call-ups.
That looks pretty choreographed, doesn't it? They've been watching Wainwright.
Carlos Gomez, the costly air last night. He'll lead it off. Then Scooter Gennett and Jonathan Lucroy. Followed by Aramis Ramirez. Then Ryan Braun. Parra. Clark is in there again for game 3. Hector Gomez, the start at shortstop, and the pitcher batting ninth, the former Cardinal Kyle Loesch. Archaea starter, right-hander Shelby Miller.
Shelby making start number 30. All you need to know about Shelby is his last 3 starts, he's given up just 1 run. And if you want to know something else about those 3 starts, only 3 total walks. He's a guy that's found a lot more command. His off-speed pitches has given him confidence, Dan, to throw that fastball in the zone.
Cardinals defense tonight around the horn is brought to you by Dobbs. Holiday is in left, Jay in center, and Tavares getting the start, his first in this series in right. Matt Carpenter at third, Peralta at short, Wong and Adams on the right side of the infield. A fixture yet again behind home plate, the veteran Yadier Molina. What a difference Molina has made with his pitching staff, and also in particular Shelby Miller. In his last 4 starts, Miller's ERA with Molina behind home plate is right around 1. Your era of playing baseball, which was in the 80s, a leadoff man was usually a speedster, a smaller player, a guy that would bunt occasionally, steal bases. You look at Carlos Gomez, he's anything but what would be the quote-unquote prototypical leadoff man.
And maybe the guy from that era that wasn't prototypical either was Ricky Henderson, who had a combination of the speed you mentioned, which Gomez does have, and the ability to get on base, but also power to go with it.
Swung on and missed, and we start the game with a strikeout for Shelby Miller. You know, Gomez is only 28 and a fantastic player.
Miller elevates with that fastball. He foul tips it. Yadi hangs on.
You see Miller pitch up in the zone, and he can do that with that mid-90s fastball.
And Gomez now just 2 for 17 against Shelby Miller. And really, you look at the Brewers who've had success against Shelby. That would be Aramis Ramirez and Gerardo Parra.
Scooter Gennett out to right. There's Taveras. And it brings in Jonathan Lucroy with 2 outs. It's taken 4 pitches for Shelby Miller. Last time out, a very good start for Miller. His pitch count was in the 80s, and the Cardinals decided to pinch hit for him with Oscar Taveras in a move that paid off. Turned out to be a base hit and an RBI, but he did not go very deep into that game. The aforementioned Aramis Ramirez.
Not sure he's really color coordinated. What do you think?
No.
Making a statement with those. I guess it's green. I'm not sure what the right color would be, but he's got the matching color on his wristbands, which I think kind of at least provides a little accent to them, but you think you could find some blue ones.
Easy play for Carpenter. Lucroy is the 3rd and final out in the top of the 1st. Miller looks sharp. Cardinals coming up. The Cardinals hitting .271, followed by John Jay, then Holiday and Adams. Peralta, big base hit in a 2-run inning in Game 2. Yadier Molina, Oscar Taveras, Colton Wong, and Shelby Miller. That 9 will face Kyle Loesch, right-hander for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Shelby Miller's been successful against the Brewers, but you cannot say the same thing about Loesch and the Cardinals. The Cardinals have really beat him up, especially this year, 0-2 in 3 starts, and he has had some bad innings against the Cardinals. Overall, he has a record of 3-7 with an ERA over 5 in his career against the Cardinals. But we know that there are times where Kyle Loesch has it, and when he has it, his command is there. He's hitting corners. He's got a good slider, and he's kind of dictating what happens in a game. And don't be surprised if he comes out trying to paint.
First pitch to Carpenter is taken for a ball. Aramis Ramirez playing in over third. Outfield is straight away. .371 on base percentage, second best now in Major League Baseball among leadoff men for Matt Carpenter. Christian Yelich slightly ahead of him. Last night, Ryan Braun struck out in the ninth on a pitch that looked to be about 6 inches outside, and the home plate umpire last night was Manny Gonzalez, and he's at third base, and it looks like those two have patched things up.
Actually like that. I mean, I like the conversation, and you don't want things to just kind of fester.
Hit to short, taken there by Hector Gomez.
And sometimes you understand something to have taken place that maybe didn't even take place, and you want to clear it up. So good for Ryan Braun and Manny Gonzalez.
It brings in center fielder John Jay. Strike 2 on Braun. Molina didn't even catch it. It was a breaking ball down and in. He dropped it. That was called strike 2. And then strike 3 looked to be about 6 to 8 inches off the plate and called for the called third strike. And I could see why Braun was upset.
And occasionally you're going to get one on a corner in one place, but he got both corners extended. And I think that's where a hitter is going to voice his displeasure. And Braun certainly did that and had I think a logical argument. John Jay, by the way, Dan, along with Matt Carpenter, the two of them are just 6 for their last 36.
Really, the
combined.
Cardinals' offense as a whole has gone cold. Just 3 hits last night.
Really starts with them, doesn't it?
It does, and there's a fly ball out to left, slicing towards Parra, and he makes the catch. So 2 down, and it brings in Holiday. It's Parra in left field, Carlos Gomez in center, so a pair of Gold Glovers out there. Ryan Braun is in right. Ramirez at third, Hector Gomez at short, Scooter Gennett at second, Matt Clark at first, Jonathan Lucroy behind the plate. Around the Horn brought to you by Dobbs. It wasn't the mad dash from first of Enos Slaughter, it was the Matt dash. It turned out to be the game-winning run scored. So many things had to happen right in that play last night for Matt Holliday. One of them was the aggressiveness of Jose Oquendo to send him, for him to pick him up and not stop going into third, but also looking at the replays after the game, his slide was incredible last night.
Well, the slide was good, and Jose's guidance was certainly there, but Matt has to be thinking that it's a possibility even when he's headed to third, the play's behind him. You can't kind of assume that there's no chance for you to score, even though he probably wouldn't have had a logical reason to think that. Now, I would guess the crowd noise when Gomez slipped probably alerted Holiday to the fact that, uh-oh, something happened behind me. But still, you run hard, and then Oquendo sends him, and he didn't really miss a beat.
1-2 the count.
And you're right, the slide was terrific. In fact, we've seen a lot of players perfecting that slide to the outside part of home plate with the collision rule as it's been. So instead of bowling somebody over, and I guess Lucroy's probably happy that didn't happen with Matt Holliday, by the way, but to perfect that slide where you're eluding the tag and still able to reach the base, we've seen that a lot.
And here it is, that slide last night after the strikeout of Holliday. Avoids the tag somehow and is able to catch the plate. What a fun game in game 2. No score in game 3.
moves. Trying to do broadcasting.
Here in the second, Ramirez, Braun, and Parra. As we do every telecast, second inning rolls in, we say hello to Jim Hayes. And Jim, we've got a guy I think that's going to take your spot potentially. I hate to tell you this, but it's A.J. Pierzynski as Ramirez on the first pitch grounds to short. Why don't you let us all know why you're losing your job?
Well, as you know, Dan, A.J.'s leadership extends beyond baseball. He's been a national broadcaster on Big Fox. He pulled me aside the other day to tell me that my interview with Daniel Descalso was terrible. He was right. He offered to interview Matt Carpenter to show me how it's done. We aired that on the pregame show today. AJ, of course, was great. He explained the term dry hack, which I hadn't heard, asked Matt about his eyebrow grooming habits, and told Carpenter the days of getting to the ballpark before anyone else to get in the work will end when he has a kid because his wife won't let him. And full disclosure, Dan, Matt Carpenter, at his request, wanted to tape this interview because he did not trust AJ enough to go on live with him.
I don't blame him. So give us the definition of dry hack.
A dry hack is a simulated swing that comes up at any time, say at the grocery store. You're at the checkout with your wife and you're just looking at the purchases and you start taking a couple of swings. Carpenter said he did that in the shower sometimes.
This is popped up and Wong is there. And of course Jim Hayes is not going to lose his job. He does a great job for us. We're just giving Jim a little trouble. We also wanted to ask you about the holiday slide, and he was asked about it a lot last night. What did he have to say?
You know, he's one to downplay everything, and he did it with the play on which he scored. He said the play was behind him, so he had no idea what was going on. He picked up a kendo, and he just went for it. And he said he slid to the outside because that's where the lane was, and he figured there'd be a play at the plate, so he was hustling, Dan. But he kind of downplayed the significance of the slide, but I agree it was a great one.
Jimmy, you are the best of sideline reporters that we have tonight.
Of all those people, Dan, I am certainly one of them, yes.
Thank you. Good stuff as always with Jim Hayes. We have a lot of fun with him.
Oh, you bet we do.
Here's Parra after the pop out of Braun, and that's a strike. 1-1.
Well, we have fun with him. The players do as well. They respect what he does, and he's down there quite a bit getting interviews day after day and insights, and just great to have around.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Parra lines it into the seats. And right now, Miller very efficient. 14 pitches total. One strike away from recording his sixth out.
I think the early indication is the Brewers have understood that Shelby Miller's command is better than it was early in the season, so we're going to go up hacking. And that's why the pitch count is low. They're swinging early. They don't want him to get ahead. They know how he can elevate the fastball. We've already seen that against Carlos Gomez. They also know that the curveball can become a strikeout pitch for him.
I don't know about you. Every time I see a play like that, and that was lined into the screen right by the dugout, it's hard not to think of Juan Encarnacion. His career came to an end on a liner off the bat of Aaron Miles. He's doing a ton of charitable works in the Dominican Republic as well as in South Florida.
He's actually very involved in the political process in the Dominican.
The 2-2 is hit to Colton Wong. 17 pitches. 6 outs for Shelby Miller. Work for Shelby Miller. 13 have been strikes. Matt Adams will lead it off for the Cardinals as we turn to our Toyota keys to the game.
First key is to keep Shelby Miller trending. He has been nothing but positive in so many areas with his pitching, and you just want that to continue. And the offense to be recharged that we talked about. Get some more production at the top of the lineup with Jay and Carpenter, and allow Adams, Peralta, and Holiday to drive him in. Holiday still with an outside chance of driving in 100 runs this year. But he's going to do that if Jay and Carpenter get on base.
Had a week of 10 plus. I believe it was 13 when he was the National League Player of the Week. That huge series against the Cubs. 2 balls and a strike on Matt Adams. Peralta on deck, and then we'll see Yadier Molina. He's had fabulous numbers against Kyle Loesch.
When you look at Holiday's numbers, and again, he struck out in that first inning, but it's just a great example of how good hitters always come back to where their numbers should be by the end of the year. They might get them early, they might get them late, but by the time it's all said and done, hitters are going to hit.
Be interesting to watch Kyle Loesch dealing with a sore ankle and foot for the better part of a month and a half, and he was not right last time he faced St. Louis. And Adams skies one into shallow right center field. Carlos Gomez comes on, and there's out number 1. Now time for you to tweet your photo using the hashtag STLFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T.
It's only the second inning, and we've already learned something. We learned what a dry hack is. I had a cold last week. I thought I had a little bit of that myself. But I certainly understand that, because pitchers do that. Pitchers will do their windup in grocery stores and in the hallway of their homes and in the backyard, and you just kind of trying to get that right balance and that right feel. And
well, Jim Hayes said that apparently Carpenter does it in the shower. That would be some kind of investigative reporting.
Again, it's only the second inning. What else might we learn? I can't wait.
1-1 is hit to second and taken there by Scooter Gennett. Two down, and it brings in Yadier Molina, and Loesch, when he's right, that breaking ball neutralizes a lot of hitters, keeps him off balance, and that's what we've seen here so far.
Yeah, we talked about him having opportunities from time to time where he just gets so comfortable that it just looks easy for Kyle Loesch, and the more he gets into a rhythm, the worse it's going to be for the Cardinals. You just don't want to wait too long before you start mounting an attack against Loesch, because he's going to get more and more comfortable with the corners. He's going to extend those corners, and always felt that if the umpire gave him that pitch right there and the inner half, he would know what to do with it. And the umpire's strike zone, in my mind, is actually an important thing for a pitcher like Kyle Loesch.
1 ball and 1 strike. Molina is 11 for 20 against Loesch with 3 home runs. Jim Reynolds is calling the balls and strikes tonight. And a high fly ball lifted out to deep right center, but that'll stay in the ballpark as Gomez makes the catch. Miller back to work, scoreless here in St. Louis. Season tickets are available right now. Best way to get them is to place a deposit for playoff tickets this 2014 season. All you have to do is head to cardinals.com/season. Speaking of seasons, it's about to tip off around October 3rd. College basketball begins, and Jim Cruz is the head basketball coach at St. Louis University. It's SLU night here at the ballpark, and Coach, first and foremost, always good to see you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Tell me a little bit about your team. I know you've got a young team coming back.
We got a lot of new guys coming back. We're excited about it. They have some good God-given ability. They've been back in school for about 3 weeks. They've been dedicated to learning, which is a good process, and want to be a good teammate. I can remember seeing last year with Matt Holliday, and he was talking about Carpenter, and what a great teammate. And that's the number one thing that we try to stress with our program, just like the Cardinals, being a great teammate.
You know, you were an assistant, for folks that don't know, for years at Indiana. You were the head basketball coach at both Evansville and Army, and now working for St. Louis U. So you've been doing this for a long, long time. Do you still get the juices going?
Yeah, it's exciting now. It really is. And you know, everyone says a lot of times when guys leave, and obviously in college, you graduate kids, and there's a sadness to it, but it's a goodness. They're going to do bigger and better things, but it's an exciting when you get new guys and going through the process and seeing how they grow and become a team, going from becoming individuals and not knowing each other and building that up. And so that's always exciting from our standpoint.
You know what, though? How can it be exciting when you have 18-year-olds and you're trying to get them to play Division I basketball? Good luck, Coach. You've got 6 of them coming through.
Well, you know what? I always say it wouldn't be any different than having a bunch of 40-year-olds.
But you guys have had great success. So back-to-back A10 championships. Matt Clark, by the way, is at the plate. How do you replicate the success that you've had, which is not only what you've done inside your conference, there's a strikeout, but also 3 consecutive years going to the NCAA tournament? That's never been done in SLU history.
Right. Well, it's hard to be good. It's hard to be a good player. It's hard to be a good team. So we tell them right from the front that that's going to be it. And what we try to do is we really try to teach them how the game works. I mean, don't worry about rankings. Don't worry about last season, next season. Don't worry about who you're playing at home or away. Just kind of figure out how the game works. And so that's what we're constantly trying to teach our young guys. And our guys have been very, very good students of the game. And what's really cool is they start passing their knowledge to each other.
Speaking of passing knowledge, and we're going to show you some of the games that will be on Fox Sports Midwest. We'll be carrying St. Louis University basketball again, and it all tips off November 15th. But I mentioned Bob Knight. I want to mention Rick Majerus. How much did you take away from those two guys, two of the preeminent coaches in college basketball history?
Absolutely. A ton from a lot of different situations. And it started with the greatest Cardinal fan of all, my dad. He loves the Cardinals. I'm sure he's watching.
Is that right?
I know he's watching. He watches spring training.
Is that right?
He was a coach. But so I've been very fortunate to be around really, really good coaches all my life, both from a personal standpoint and a professional standpoint. But Coach Knight and Coach Majerus were great to me.
One of the most commonly asked questions I get, will Mizzou and SLU ever play each other again? What do you feel about that?
Well, we'd love to do that. And I always have the respect for the other programs because and Kim Anderson's going to do a great job at Mizzou. He's going to do a great job. And Kim and I have talked, but sometimes the timing, sometimes the situation with different situations. So hopefully that'll work out. Sometimes we would love to do it, and I think Kim would too. But it just depends on a lot of different things.
You mentioned your dad is a Cardinal fan.
Oh, huge.
Where's he at right now? Where are you guys from?
Normal, Illinois. So
okay.
I grew up with listening to the radio with Harry Carey and Jack Buck.
Wow.
And actually at Evansville, Jack Buck's brother Bob was our announcer for the basketball.
Is that right?
For years, yes.
Do you come to the ballpark much?
I probably get here about 8 or 10 times a summer. Love it.
Not a bad place to be.
Oh, it's unbelievable. The fans are great, the stadium, and just really the personnel. But you know what? The Cardinal whole organization, they just do everything in a first-class fashion and make everything welcome. They're very humble with their success, and so they're great. They're great models for all of us.
Favorite player growing up?
You know what? I was thinking about that when I was growing up or coming up here, and I'd almost have to say the whole '64 team. I was 9 or 10 years old.
That's a heck of a team.
Oh, and that World Series with the Yankees, I know a lot about it. I don't know everything about it, but I know a lot. Those are my years in the '60s with it. But the Lou Brock, the Dick Groats, the Bill Whites, the Tim McCarvers, can't beat those guys.
Did Adams hold on? He did. There's your power forward, maybe. Matt Adams. Nice play.
He'll set a good screen for you.
You bet he would. Coach, great seeing you. Have a great season, too. Class act. Jim Cruz and SLU, they tip off for practice October 3rd. Whole bunch of games. You'll see them on Fox Sports Midwest. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer for 75 years. You saw the Ballpark Village in the parking lot. They've got the Eli Young Band coming to town. They've also got a free concert with Blues Traveler. We're going to see a lot of different events coming through Ballpark Village in the offseason to keep that rolling. They are ahead of projections so far, and a lot of fun if you haven't been able to head over to Ballpark Village.
It'll be a nice destination even in the winter, and of course the hockey fans may migrate over there. We hope they will. We know they will. The screen there to me is just a blast, Dan. If you big sporting event, I mean, if you like sports and you like being around a crowd and enjoying that moment, I mean, that area at Ballpark Village to me is nothing but fun.
1 ball, 1 strike. And there it is. That is the biggest screen that you'll find in North America inside a particular area like Fox Sports Midwest Live and those types of venues.
Had a couple of crowds there during the World Cup that were just loud, and fun.
Blues playoff games are also doing a lot with the Rams. The Cardinals are out of town. They have the Sunday brunches over there as well. And a ground ball on a 2-1 pitch hit to Scooter Gennett. Good guy, that Jim Cruz. Good luck to the Billikens. He's done a terrific job, and the Bills have become must-see college basketball watching.
Seems like he was the perfect coach for that time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, they obviously had a lot of emotional issues that they were going through as a school, and with Rick Majerus and his passing, and it just seemed like it was just, again, the right man, right attitude, right kind of heart to get him through it, and boy, they've played well. Looking forward to their season.
Myself, Ben Jacobson, Frank Martin, Jim Cruz, Steve Stepanovich, all on a private plane to go to Norm Stewart's golf tournament. Oh, and that's up and in on Colton Wong. Breaking ball looked like that got away, 84 miles an hour. And I was talking to Coach Cruz a lot about West Point. You know, he coached at Army, and he said that was some of the most enjoyable times he ever had in coaching because they played for the pure love of the sport and love for country, too.
Grew up watching football games at Mickey Stadium there, Mikey Stadium, and the best, many people would say that's the best college football atmosphere in the country for the reasons you just said. That's really where I grew up, not far from West Point, and what a terrific venue that is, and fun games.
Miller deadens it perfectly. 13 sacrifices this year for Shelby Miller.
That leads the National League.
Saturday, MLB returns to Fox. It's the Tigers and Royals. Crucial American League showdown in the Central Division. And then later on Fox Sports 1, the Cardinals and the Reds. See it live streaming on Fox Sports Go. Could he have deadened that any better? He's proven to be one of the top bunters, not only with the Cardinals, but in the National League. Here's Carpenter, who has driven in 58 this year. Runner at second is Colton Wong. And it drops in for a strike.
Carpenter, like Gomez for Milwaukee, not only a good leadoff hitter, but the ability to drive in runs. Be nice if the Cardinals could get on the scoreboard first. Carpenter has not swung the bat well in this homestand, but still a good guy for this situation.
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Taken low and outside. Secondary lead by Wong is huge. I'm sure they're going to let Kyle Loesch know about it. He was about at least a third of the way to third base when he was delivering that pitch.
And Carpenter just 1 for 15 against Loesch, and I don't really have a good reason for that.
One ball and one strike with 2 outs. The next two, Carpenter. John Jay is on deck. As you talked about, these are the guys that have to get things going. Carpenter, John Jay batting second tonight. The Cardinals' offense has been as streaky as any team in the league, and yet here they are having a chance to potentially win the division. Magic number is at 9 as we play tonight. Unfortunately for them, they're on one of those down streaks. 3 hits last night, 7 in game 1. The 2-1 pitch. To me, that's the elephant in the room when you talk about the Cardinals. Will they hit enough to get into postseason play? And then once they're there, will they hit enough to advance?
Yeah, and that offense was quiet for so much of the season. Then it just burst out in September. It was fun to watch. Aggressive on the base paths, a lot of big hits, a lot of kind of big innings like we saw a year ago, and then kind of gone dormant again.
And he walked him. First walk issued by Loesch. Not saying that this is the case here, but in dealing with the ankle and the injuries, Kyle Loesch will have a couple of good innings and then all of a sudden blow up. And there's some that believe that as the game wears on, his body wears down. We'll see if that's the case tonight. Runners at first and second. Great opportunity here for St. Louis. The batter is Jay. Strike 1. John lined out to left first time up. 3 hits or less. The Cardinals, you see their record and what they've done. Pretty amazing to see their record in 2014 with 3 hits or less.
At 4-4, that is really unusual, which means your starting pitching carries you a lot. And as we mentioned in the open, you don't want to just rely on the starting pitching. We were getting that feeling last night that you're almost taking Adam Wainwright for granted, and he's going to just keep putting up those zeros. But eventually you're going to have to get him a lead and give him some help, and the Cardinals finally did that at that 2-run inning that came in the 7th. But boy, you'd like to break out earlier and give your team a chance to kind of add on and start again that aggressive style of play with a lead. And now's as good a time as any.
2 outs, 2 on. 0-2 pitch. Just missed low. Cardinals at home are 19 games above the 500 mark. And where they really have made a difference in having a chance to win this division, they are 41-28 inside the Central. Here's a 1-2. Line to Ramirez. So Jay has hit the ball hard twice, but nothing to show for it against Kyle Loesch. Cardinals push to the postseason. MLB.com at bat. Get at bat for your smartphone or tablet on the App Store or visit MLB.com. Assistant athletic trainer of the Cardinals is Adam Olson, and he and his wife Amy have a new addition to the Cardinal family, Piper James Olson. Congratulations to Adam. Everybody's healthy, and that's great news. Happy 90th birthday to Sweetie Cross, huge Cardinals fan that never misses a game right here on FSN Midwest. That swung on and missed by Carlos Gomez, and Miller, Rick, has been hot early on in terms of that fastball. That heater has been up in the zone and blowing hitters away. And there's the breaking ball.
He's staying out of the middle of the plate. I think that's where, most hitters obviously make their money by driving a ball that's a mistake in the middle of the plate, and he stayed out of that for the most part. That pitch also up, tied him up a little bit. You've got to work so hard, Dan, on a pitch that's up there to stay on top of it, to get your hands above the ball and keep that ball on a line. Gomez has a quick bat, but even he's having a hard time catching up to that fastball.
Struck out on 3 pitches his first time up. Miller only at 33 so far total. There's that fastball up again at 95. He has got that extra life and movement up in the zone. The 2-2. Get out of play.
Just hops, doesn't it? Cardinal fans of all ages hoping for a Cardinal Series victory here today.
We also congratulate that family. Apparently that youngster born in Mike Shannon's segment. And a fly ball that's hit to right. Oscar Taveras. You see, Rick, Mike does a hit on the pregame show.
I did know that. I did know that.
Okay, he's been doing it for a number of years.
I was just contemplating the fact that Mike's actually off tonight. But I was tracking you.
I got you. Scooter Gennett. Jim Cruz mentioning his favorite team, the '64 team. Mike Shannon was a part of that. Tim McCarver. Bob Uecker, who's working for the Milwaukee Brewers behind the mic again tonight.
How much fun has it been to connect with Bob Uecker the past couple of days?
Love it.
Oh, man, is he fun.
Love it. Here's the 0-1. Was talking with him tonight. He had some great stories. And his wife is actually from Jennings. So he's got family in the area. Obviously, he knows it, having played here in St. Louis. But he was telling me some great stories about going to the White House with Bud Selig and having lunches with the president.
How about that?
Not many people can say that.
No.
1-2 the count on Scooter Gennett. 10 in a row to start this game for Shelby Miller. There are some that'll tell you that they want to see the offense, the explosion that we had of offense in the late 90s. I'll tell you what, give me this. Give me Adam Wainwright dealing last night. Give me what we're seeing here. Well pitched on both sides. The drama of just one pitch changing the outcome of a game.
Well, it creates a lot of interest in the strategy of the game when you do that. You're able to focus on that a little bit more. In a big score game when it's 10-8, you miss the runners advancing from second to third. You miss the defensive kind of shifts that go on. And 1-0. Do you bunt? Do you pinch hit for the pitcher in the 7th inning? All those things come into play. So I'm with you.
Here's a 2-2. Fly ball lifted to left. Holiday near the line and the stands and runs out of room. We saw a fan almost in that exact spot last night catch Parra. Had a Holiday jersey too.
I noticed.
You can't get mad at a fan that's wearing your jersey.
Tell that to Al when all the people come up to the booth to have him sign their jersey tomorrow night.
2-2 lifted to left, and there's Holiday. This time he'll make the play.
I think you've started something. I expect there to be at least 20 or 30 of them here at the ballpark tomorrow night with Raboski jerseys. You'll find them all. I know you will.
Absolutely. Al loves to visit with the fans and sign those. Come on down. Jonathan Lucroy. Al and Pat will have an update on what's happening with Pittsburgh and some of the other races around Major League Baseball. The Angels clinched last night. They won their game. Then they had to wait to see if Oakland would lose to clinch. Oakland had a 1-0 lead. The bases loaded, did not score. Texas tied the game and won it. What has happened to the A's? How much do they miss Cespedes?
Well, you'd think they had enough other talented hitters. It was a team that was maybe overachieving, and now they're underachieving. Pitching's good, but just can't find a way to finish off games right now. And they're running out of time, too.
You're a GM. You walk that fine line of trying to add to your team, add to your clubhouse, maybe change the complexion of a team, but yet sometimes you can change it too much, and maybe that's the case with Oakland. They did get Samardzija. They've got him for another year. They did get John Lester, who's pitched well, but their offense has not been the same. That's yanked foul off the bat of Jonathan Lucroy and grounded out to third his first time up.
If you think of those starting pitchers and just how good they can be in a short series potentially, and no, it's not working right now for them, and you do need to score some runs, but I think the Cardinals may be the same kind of team. You got 1, 2, 3 for the Cardinals now, so good Wainwright, Lynn, Miller. I mean, nobody wants to face those three.
There's the first hit in the game. Down into the corner, and what do you know? It'll be a double for Jonathan Lucroy. He's piling those up this season. A 2-out double.
Number 52 for Lucroy, leads the National League.
One of the rare mistakes tonight by Shelby Miller. He left this up in the zone.
It's a curveball, and it's up. It does have break, but it was a little bit of a lazy break. Not a terrible pitch, but Lucroy having a good year offensively. Top 10 in hitting in the National League. You mentioned his doubles and an all-star.
Third player in Brewers history with 50 or more doubles, and he needs 2 more for the franchise record. Now it's Ramirez who grounded out 2 short. 0 for 1 tonight. So Shelby Miller starts by setting down the first 11 in this game. First inning, it was 7 pitches. To get through 2, a total of 17. Ramirez has given the Brewers a 1-0 lead. He jumped on that pitch. Jay will cut it off. And the Brewers lead it 1-0. Aramis Ramirez with RBI number 66.
Ramirez had been just 1 for 9 in this series. Always been a good low ball hitter, and doing what the Brewers have been doing tonight, jumping on that first pitch. So they stay with their approach, and this time they come up with a run. I still don't like the chartreuse shoelaces.
Lights go out, we can find them.
Right.
Down and in, and swung on and missed by Braun. Ryan Braun right now is not the same player. Good player, but not the great player that he was. Dealing with the sore hand and the thumb and the numbness in the hand. The swing just does not look as fluid as it once was.
Almost looks awkward. He always a little quirky in his style and in his stance even. I mean, just that's not a typical stance of a big leaguer. The bat's very upright. A lot of movement with his lower half, but that's kind of who Braun has been. But you know, without the smooth swing and the kind of solid approach that we've seen from him in the past, it just doesn't all add up right now for Ryan Braun.
And he's still clearly a very good player.
Oh yeah,
and a dangerous hitter anytime he's inside the batter's box. The 1-1 pitch. And a ground ball past the diving Carpenter and into left field. So 3 consecutive hits against Miller. Runners at first and second, 2 down for Parra. I mean this sincerely. You played this game at the highest level, Major League Baseball, for a number of years. It can't be easy for Ryan Braun to be booed everywhere he goes. You can say it doesn't bother you, but everywhere he goes, he's being booed.
I've never believed that. I've never believed that it doesn't bother you. You know, Brandon Phillips loves to say that, you know, he loves the boos on the road. And you know what? They're human beings booing you. I mean, just think about that. I mean, regardless of whether or not, you know, you can kind of land on the fact that they're not your fans, you know, you're still, I mean, you'd still like to have the respect of your opponents, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
And maybe the boos are meant to be a sign of respect, but I'm not sure it really feels that way, ultimately. And, of course, he's dealt with so many things himself, and many of which he's caused, frankly. But, you know, he wants to move on, and in such a public situation, it's not easy to do that.
I watch a lot of Major League Baseball, and I've seen the Brewers in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Wrigley Field. The boos are loud when he steps to the plate. Every time. 0-2 on Parra with runners at first and second. 2 outs. He puts it out of play.
Well, the key for Shelby here, you got to make a pitch and minimize the damage. Give up 1 run, no, that's not your plan going out for the fourth inning, but settle in to a one-run deficit, not something bigger. He's ahead of Parra. Tough guy to strike out.
And hitting well as a Brewer. 38th game tonight wearing that uniform. 3 homers and above 300 his average. And a strikeout for Miller, number 3, but Aramis Ramirez and the Brewers strike first. Potential wild card and National League Division Series games in St. Louis are on sale right now, so make sure you're there in the sea of red for all of the action. Tickets are available at cardinals.com/postseason. 3 consecutive hits allowed by Miller in the top of the 4th and a 1-run lead for Milwaukee.
We've talked about how good the Cardinals starting pitching has been lately, but the Brewers starters, 1.83 ERA in their last 7 starts, 6 quality starts of those 7 games. The only one that was not a quality start was the 5-inning game by Fires.
Had him out in front, out to deep left, and Parra is under it. Holiday would love to have that one back. If he stays back a split second, that baby's in Big Mac land.
Sees it and just a little bit out in front of it. Oh my. The timing mechanism off by a hair. Still gave it a ride. It's a great view of his power was gone a little bit by the time he actually made contact with it. By being out in front of it just a bit. I mean, not a lot, but just a bit. The immense power of Matt Holliday was just a bit early in that swing.
15 home runs for Matt Adams. Adams goes the other way. It's slicing. Parra coming on and missed it. And surprisingly, Matt Adams not at second base. That's a 2-time Gold Glover out there and left.
Well, I think Matt Adams must have had that in his mind. There's no way he's going to drop that. Maybe he thought he caught it to begin with, but he almost stopped when he got to first base. And that's pretty incredible that Parra doesn't catch that ball. He sees it. He thinks he's out. He's taking the right turn already. And I don't know if he makes it or not anyway. And he's, of course, dealing with a side issue, but I think Matt did take that for granted that Parra was going to make that play. Parra, by the way, with all that gold, has made 7 errors in left field.
Here's Johnny Peralta, who grounded out to second first time up. and Parr can play all three outfield positions. Has a cannon for an arm, too. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Johnny Peralta. 2 balls and no strikes. Slow roller. Ramirez to second and out at first. They turn the double play. All right, guys, looking forward to the postgame show, the 19th double play that Peralta grounds into. You wonder if Adams takes a chance, winds up at second base, would the inning still be going on? Instead, it turned into a double play, and it's 1-0 Milwaukee here in the top of the 5th.
Ball that should have been caught in the first place.
Matt Clark lines a base hit into left center field. But Jay will get there. He'll spin and holds him to a single.
You still can't assume it. And even on a play like that, ball's in a gap, you can't assume that Jay's going to run it down. You think he will. Easy to make assumptions in this game because fielders are so good. But occasionally, they'll make a misplay. We saw it last night with Carlos Gomez slipping in center field. He's a Gold Glover, for goodness sakes. But it happens.
Here's Hector Gomez, who scored the game-tying run in Game 1 of this series. Then Gomez, Carlos would score the game-winning run in the 12th. And again now, at center stage, the lack of offense by the Cardinals. 1 hit tonight so far. Breaking ball and a beauty. Hector Gomez grounded out to third his first time up.
Interesting, too, that Gene Segura, who was such a good player a year ago, an all-star, 0 for his last 7 in the last 2 games of this series, actually not playing tonight in a game that really means a lot to the Milwaukee Brewers with 10 games to go.
Rick, you take away the first inning of this series, and the Cardinals' offense non-existent for the most part. Cardinals had the bases loaded. Adams got a walk. That made it 1-0. Peralta hit into a double play. That made it 2-0, and then the lack of offense the rest of the way. Last night, 3 hits. Tonight, just 1.
Whatever switch they turned on right around the beginning of September, I don't know if it was kind of, maybe a circuit breaker that was messed up in their clubhouse, or, they found the switch somewhere, turned it on. All of a sudden, the offense lit up. I'd like him to go find that switch again.
Matter of fact, they've had 8 hits total since the second inning of Game 1.
Well, why that analogy makes me think of Christmas Vacation, but it does. Chevy Chase sending Russ in to find the power source.
I think of Randy Quaid. That swung on and missed. Something was full, he said. I couldn't. Yeah.
Careful.
Forced strikeout for Shelby Miller, and it brings in Kyle Loesch. Loesch popped out his first time up, and Adams went into the front row of the stands. See if he's bunting here and how aggressive the Cardinals will be. Boy, Carpenter is charging hard.
Loesch not a great hitter, but he's a guy that works at everything that he does, and it wouldn't put it past him to do that little half swing and try to drive one past Carpenter. But really, he ought to be bunting to first base anyway. That's where the larger area is that's kind of unattended right now.
He does go to the right side. Miller into center field. His first error this year. Trying to get the lead man. The throw is there. They probably get him. His first error, and now runners at first and second with 1 out.
Well, Shelby's had a good high fastball tonight. Unfortunately, he throws one to second base here. High and away. And I think he had a shot at getting him. I think it was an okay play, just a bad throw. And what you hope for a pitcher like Shelby, and you kind of know what's going through his head right now, the frustration. Now he's back to the top of the order. They were giving him an out, didn't take it. Don't get too frustrated. Go back to work.
Swung on and missed by Gomez. Struck out in the first and flied out to right. Here's an 0-1 pitch. Hit out of play, 0-2. They've been able to elevate the fastball on Gomez, and with Miller, you would think he'd be able to do that here. We'll see.
Well, if you're Carlos Gomez, you're also going to be looking for that pitch right now because he's seen it about 6 times already.
There's the fastball elevated at 94. 1-2 the count. Notice that Gomez has been choking up with 2 strikes.
Yeah, he's understanding that Miller has some plus velocity right now, and even though he's a guy that likes to swing from his heels, He's understanding the situation. But just perfect example right here. When you think of Shelby Miller putting somebody away, what pitch is it? Fastball up. But if you had to think about that for a second, because you say, well, it could be his curveball too, and he's not quite there yet. But if he gets there to the point where that curveball becomes such a weapon that he can put people away with, and that's the next level for really every pitcher with the assortment of pitches they have, that it's not just a pitch you throw or even a pitch that you throw for strikes, but a pitch that you can put somebody away with. Now you have the batter at your mercy.
2-2. Chop towards short. Peralta out at second. The turn not in time. No way to get the speedy Gomez racing down the line. And Scooter Gennett will be the hitter. He's 0 for 2. He's lined out to right and also flied out to left.
Jams him with that fastball, and you got to just get an out there. You've already given up an out. Don't try to do too much. Maybe even that throw on the turn ill-advised. But Shelby one pitch away from getting out of it.
So 2 outs, runners at the corners. This could be a huge at bat in this game right here. With the offense going the way that it has, runs at a premium tonight. One-0 pitch. He was on it. 1 ball and 1 strike. The impact of Yadier Molina behind home plate, referenced that earlier, what he's meant to the staff, but also in particular Shelby Miller. It has been glaring. The numbers going in a positive direction for Cardinals' young right-hander. Curveball has been used more often. We're going to see it right here, it looks like. The 1-1. Breaking ball, hit to the right side, off the glove of Adams, into the outfield. Adams slow to get up. A run will score. And the defense costing the Cardinals here at the top of the 5th. Adams,
sure.
I'm not sure if he hurt himself.
Well, I'm not sure if this is a play that Colton Wong would have made. Adams going to his right. I think he's disappointed that he didn't come up with that, but you also wonder whether Colton Wong would have had a shot at that ball behind him. And as a first baseman, you want to be aggressive, and that's always your first thought, but it's not hit very hard. So it's to his right. Colton Wong's going to make that play. Now, for Matt Adams to say, I've got to get back to first base instead, that's a tough call for him to have to make. Shelby Miller would have been at first covering if it had gotten by Matt Adams, but just a bad break for the Cardinals and Shelby Miller as the ball hits off the end of his glove.
Jonathan Lucroy picked up the first hit in this game, a double into the left field corner. Runners at the corners with 2 down. First pitch, a strike. So both runs have been scored with 2 outs for Milwaukee. Now the 0-1 pitch.
Well, you said it, Dan. The 1-run lead already, for some reason, felt like a big one. And you get that extra run, and now it obviously feels worse. And Brewers not done yet. Shelby has to strand these runners. Pitch count all of a sudden starting to elevate more as the game is worn on. That run, of course, unearned.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Back to Miller, and he makes the play. Flips it out of the glove. Flips it over to Adams. 2-0 Milwaukee midway through 5. They feature prizes and a current or former Cardinals player. Tomorrow, the Wizard of Oz will be here, signing autographs beginning at 5:15. First 200 people in the Budweiser Bash line next to Gate 5. Guaranteed an autograph from Ozzie Smith. Visit Cardinals.com/promotions.
I've heard of him.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, I understand he was a pretty good defensive player. Fair number of Gold Gloves, if I recall.
Happy birthday to Don Hitt. He's gone through an awful lot and celebrating a birthday tonight. Watching the game on Fox Sports Midwest. And there's a strike to Molina. Also happy birthday to Mike Nicholson. Turned 60. And our buddy Joe Pfeiffer over the weekend will turn the big 4-0.
I heard that.
Happy birthday, Joe Pfeiffer.
Joe does not seem a day over 55 to me. What'd you say he was?
4-0.
Oh. I take that back.
4-0. Molina, ground ball to the right side, taken there by Scooter Gennett.
You know, Joe Pfeiffer hit a home run off of me at a FCA camp when he was in high school. Did you know that?
And you're admitting it?
Yeah, I grooved it to him. Wanted him to be happy. And he was, and he's told everybody he's ever met since then that he did that.
I've heard the legendary story.
Well, of course.
It's one of the longest home runs at Busch Stadium, too.
He also got Ozzie Smith out at a fantasy camp as a pitcher. And would gladly recount that story to you at the drop of a hat and provide video.
And what he provides is a nasty changeup, mid to upper 90s fastball.
We should say Joe and his crew do great work here at Busch Stadium. Corporate sales and dealing with all the promotional things that happen at this ballpark. There's so many things that go on aside from what happens on the field to make this organization work, and really have a great staff here.
Line out off the bat of Taveras to Gennett, brings in Colton Wong, and Joe is the man that heads up the fantasy camps. There's still spots available. Cardinals.com/fantasy. Wong was hit by a pitch first time up. Adams, the only hit for St. Louis, and a ball that we both believe should have been caught. The changeup is taken low.
Ozzie Smith, by the way, Dan, 13-time Gold Glove Award winner. The Milwaukee Brewers last year got a Gold Glove from their center fielder, Carlos Gomez. Franchise history, number of Gold Gloves as an organization, 10. And Ozzie has 13.
In the air to the seats in right. Aramis Ramirez, by the way, was the first third baseman in Brewers history to be elected to an All-Star game. That had never happened until this year.
I think the people in Milwaukee would certainly have a lot to say about maybe being underappreciated as a smaller market club in many years where they had players that deserved those awards. But I find that incredible that they've had 10 total Gold Gloves as an organization.
You figure that you're going to have at least one player that comes along in 30, 40 years that would get multiple Gold Gloves and pile those up.
Well, in the case of the Brewers, their Gold Gloves have come from.
Sure, Robin Yount is in there.
Robin Yount, who had one. Sixto Lescano won. George Scott for 4 years. Cecil Cooper for 2 years. Only 5 Brewers in their history have won Gold Gloves. I just find that amazing.
Two and two the count on Colton Wong. 2-0 Milwaukee. Hits it sharply to third, and a nice play by Ramirez. Positioned perfectly. It's another 1-2-3 inning for Kyle Loesch. We head to the 6th. Season long, and Stan McNeil has you covered at FoxSportsMidwest.com. Well, the Cardinals trailing 2-0. They have one hit tonight. It'll be Ramirez, Braun, and Parham as we move to the top of the 6th. Ramirez with a single to left center with 2 outs to bring in Jonathan Lucroy, who had doubled with 2 outs. That got Milwaukee on the board. Then an RBI by Scooter Gennett off of Adams' glove. That's all the scoring tonight. I just wonder, let's just say for argument's sake this game stays 1 hit, Brewers win. What point do we take a harder look at the quote-unquote hit? That's a nice backhanded play by Matt Carpenter, but the hit by Adams, or could it be looked at as an error?
Well, we look at the nice play by Carpenter again on the backhand. He's been good at those again, always right on the money with his throws, but that as we said, was a ball that should have been caught in left field by Parra, and I would almost say didn't need to slide, but I think the fact that he slid made it feel like an error. I mean, like a hit. But I'm sure he'd feel pretty awful if this ends up a one-hit game, and that's the one hit on a ball he didn't catch. And I think there would be some controversy about that if the Cardinals weren't able to figure out Kyle Loesch. There's a few ifs in there, but worth talking about.
Off of Miller to Adams. They're going to check on Shelby right now, who's bent over near the pitcher's mound, and that was a rocket hit by Ryan Braun.
Well, the question's going to be, where did it hit him? Saying his shin, and it hit him pretty good too. It didn't really look like much of a glancing blow. It hit him pretty solid, carry him to the right, but there's going to be a bruise right there on that shin. Looked like the right shin of Trevor Miller, which would be his push-off foot. And I always feel like that's a little bit better than the landing foot. The landing foot has to take a lot of jarring and really becomes a stabilizer for you, and you can kind of just gut it out till you get to that point in your windup. But I have a feeling it's going to get worse before it gets better. I would suspect that it would swell up.
This time tomorrow could be ugly. Right now you've got all the emotion of the game. The blood is pumping.
He's almost, you can see him limping around a little bit on the mound, even going to fix the dirt.
Miller, by the way, is due up first for the Cardinals, looking into the bottom half of this inning. It brings in Parra, who is grounded out to second, also struck out swinging. That was in the fourth.
Would not be at all surprised if this is his last batter.
Exactly.
In fact, he's been on such a roll, and he's really pitched well in this game. Just 1 earned run, 4 hits. And if he gets through Parra 4 hits in 6 innings, that's a good start.
One ball and 1 strike. What we were talking about earlier with Parra in left, is this a hit or an error?
We report, you decide.
And a ground ball that's hit to second. We'll see if Miller will hit for himself in the bottom half of this inning. Parra is hitless in 3 plate appearances tonight. 2-0 Milwaukee.
Hey Russ, get the power on.
the game, head to StubHub and you can earn 2% back in fan rewards on every purchase, including Cardinals tickets. Plus, with all-in pricing, there are no surprise fees at checkout. StubHub, your ticket to upgrades and more. That's going to be it for Shelby Miller. His night is through, and Daniel Descalso will pinch hit for Miller. The Cardinals will go to their bullpen.
Seth Maness getting loose. Been very good lately, both he and Carlos Martinez. In fact, between the two of them, 20 scoreless innings combined between the two of them. He's been very solid. And I would guess that man's going to need a little ice on more than just his arm right now.
Here's a 1-1. A pitch that's up and a fly ball that's lifted into shallow left center. Gomez. Cardinals one hit tonight, and that was Matt Adams back in the fourth. Put the good back into your morning at McDonald's with a small cup of McCafe coffee for free. September 16th to the 29th. Breakfast hours only, no purchase necessary. As you watch Kyle Loesch, is he that good tonight, or is the offense that we've seen that can be electric, is it just off?
I think Kyle's been good tonight, but I think the Cardinals are still off in terms of their timing. So I would say a little bit of both. Kyle is staying out of the middle of the plate. He's really trying to pound that sinker down and away. Really a perfect pitch there, strike one to Matt Carpenter, so you give him credit there. Can't think of a lot of pitches that he's hung that he got away with. Again, cutting the outside corner with the curveball. Very precise in what he's doing.
Milwaukee is 2.5 games out of the wild card. Nothing into the count on Matt Carpenter. Looking at their schedule, what remains, they'll go to Pittsburgh, play the first of 3 tomorrow night. Off day on Monday. Then they have Cincinnati and Chicago to wrap up the schedule. And Carpenter strikes out. Loesch with his second strikeout tonight. Not much for Ron Renneke to do in this game tonight. There's a look at where they stand in the wild card. So a huge series over the weekend with Pittsburgh and Milwaukee.
Atlanta Braves really faded the last few weeks. They're now a 500 team, 5.5 games out, and San Francisco has not faded.
Here's John Jay.
Kept pushing the Dodgers.
And a base hit into right. Clean. Second hit for the Cardinals.
And third good at bat for John Jay.
What's on tap? Cincinnati and St. Louis. First of 3 tomorrow night. Only game that's on Fox Sports Midwest is tomorrow night. John Lackey in his return to the rotation. He was skipped. Remember, he had just over 40 pitches against Cincinnati. Then was ejected by Tom Hallion. So Holmberg and Lackey. Holmberg came in as a replacement and pitched at length against St. Louis in a game in which their starter was hurt.
He did a terrific job. Really, his best game of the season came against St. Louis.
Previous at bat for Holiday. Hit one to deep left, and we noted at the time he was a tick or two in front. If not, it would have been a home run. One swing of the bat, he could tie it up. 0-1 pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 6 innings for Miller tonight. 2 runs, 4 hits. 82 pitches total. 62 were strikes. Loesch had sent down 7 straight prior to the base hit to right by John Jay. Holiday is struck out, fly to deep left. Ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Adams on deck, 3-1. This crowd is ready to get excited about anything offensively. It's another crowd that's well over 40,000. No crowd will be below that mark this year.
Could be a go pitch here. 3-1. Hitters count.
Holiday reaching for it. Chops it to short. Gomez slings it over to first. And the Cardinals strand a runner. Their 3rd of the night. We enter the 7th. Milwaukee on top. Of the night. Randy Choate is into the game for St. Louis. Choate will face Matt Clark. And then I'm sure we're going to see a right-hander come out of the pen. And it looks like Seth Maness is getting loose. 2-0 Milwaukee. We'll see if they want to counter, and they will, with Reynolds. Mentioned the other night his great power that he possesses.
Mike Matheny has a lot of bullets in his arsenal right now. You've got 14 relievers, and you've got 10 guys on your bench. Ron Renicky, much the same. And so you get to this part of the game, close game, the wheels start turning, and you want to get the right matchup. And you know, not the best of matchups right here for Randy Choate to face the power hitter Reynolds. And we talked about Randy Choate pitching in September has been an issue because it seems like every time he comes in to face a lefty, they bring in a righty instead, and that's not his best foot forward, although Reynolds strikes out a lot. And Choate, I think, certainly has some possibilities here. You just don't want to see him make a mistake.
Against lefties, he's been very, very good.
Oh, very much so.
But it's these matchups that get you a little bit concerned. Right-handers have had their way. The 0-1.
And not presupposing, Dan, that the Cardinals are going to stay the way they've stayed, but we've started to see the bullpen starting to shape up a little bit in terms of who they want down the stretch, and perhaps in the postseason you see guys that have specific jobs being used.
Tough play for Carpenter and an infield hit to start the 7th.
Do or die play doesn't work.
Doubleheader of baseball this Saturday on Fox. Tigers and Royals, and the Reds and Cardinals on Fox Sports 1. That's this Saturday. Tomorrow night will be seen on Fox Sports Midwest. Kansas City at the start of play today, a half game back of Detroit. Seth Maness appearing for the 67th time. And if there was ever a time for a double play, this would be it. And we know that he can induce them.
Yeah, he'd be the guy to get one, to be sure. Maness has had a very good second half, and I mentioned the streak that he and Carlos Martinez have between the two of them, where they put a lot of zeros on the board. The Cardinals cannot afford to give up any more. The way the offense has been going the last couple of days, they need to kind of find a way to scratch out some runs here. Just 3 more shots at it. So Maness needs to go to work and keep it 2-0.
Gomez has grounded out to third and also struck out in the 5th. 8th place hitter, then Kyle Loesch's spot is due up. Outfield is straight away. They are in the top of the 9th. Pittsburgh with a 3-2 lead over Boston.
I would say the Cardinals' lead over the last 7 days has been comfortable, but maybe a little bit shy of that. But I would say if the Cardinals don't pull this out and Pittsburgh wins, it will be an uncomfortable lead, to be sure.
A sense of urgency beginning tomorrow night. Nine games remaining after tonight for St. Louis.
As we talked about in the Series 1 here at this homestand, the Cardinals win every series. Then it feels a lot easier going on the road trip, not having to win and win big on the road, which can be difficult. Playing the Cubs and the Diamondbacks, who both had bad years, yes, but they want to be spoilers. And again, playing on the road has not been a good thing for the Cardinals. They're under 500 on the road.
I was visiting with Jason Mott the other day, and he's talking about the Chicago Cubs. He said, it's amazing whether or not we get a sweep or they sweep us. You get through with the series, you're exhausted. They are hard-fought series with Chicago.
Crazy things happen there. The team that shouldn't win wins a lot in that series.
Cubs, by the way, are 2 games above 500 at home.
Cardinals 3 games below 500 in total on the road.
Diamondbacks, if you're wondering, 14 below 500 at home. Here's a 1-2. And he got him. A strikeout for Manus.
That was the Manus changeup. He took something off of it. Really a good addition to his sinker. Just kind of splits his grip. And the bottom drops out.
Last night, the Cardinals was shutout number 21 this year as Loesch is squaring to bunt, and it was hit twice.
I wonder if he was in fair territory when he hit that the second time. That bat hits him. If he hits that the second time in fair territory.
Initially, the home plate umpire did not see the
down and
second contact made by the bat.
I'm not sure I saw it there either.
So the Cardinals, with those 21 shutouts, most in a season since 1969. Adams underhands to Colton Wong, covering the bag at first. Reynolds advancing to second. That was the year after the mound was lowered. 1968, 1969, they lowered the mound. And shutouts this year, to give you an idea just how well the Cardinals have pitched. They are the BJC Healthcare difference maker.
20 shutouts in 85, 21 in 1943. The great Cardinal teams of the 40s that won the National League pennant a couple of times, and the pitching had a lot to do with it. And how far will the pitching take the Cardinals this year?
Chopped towards short, Peralta to first, and the stretch by Adams. Gomez is 0 for 4. Nice work by Seth Manus. Time to stretch here in the Gateway City. Don't miss the 2014 postseason beginning September 30th. Adams will lead things off, followed by Peralta and Molina. Mark Reynolds stays in the game to play first base. Cardinals with a total of 2 hits tonight. And Adams hits it out to deep right field. Off the wall. Braun plays it perfectly and holds him to a single. Braun could not have played that any better. Good pitching on both sides. What's happened in this game? The Cardinals with just 3 hits. Shelby Miller looked good early on. How did they score? With 2 outs, a base hit by Ramirez to score Lucroy. And then this ball hit by Braun off Shelby Miller. He stayed in to face one more hitter, got through 6, and then the Cardinals pinch hit for their young right-hander.
And Dan, the second run that scored on the play off the glove of Matt Adams has now been ruled a hit. It's been changed to a hit. So just one Cardinal error now. The run still unearned to Shelby Miller because of his own error in that inning.
And the bullpen now starts to be active for Milwaukee. By the way, you see the lefty and the righty. We get to Francisco Rodriguez tonight. He's 1 save away from Randy Myers for 10th on the all-time saves list. At 347, he picked up the save in game 1. 2 balls and no strikes, and some of these pitches up from Kyle Lohse to start this inning.
Well, you mentioned that as the game wears on, Kyle maybe dealing with that injury with his ankle gets a little off with his command, and that's really what the Cardinals need now. There's not much game left. Lohse has been good. I love the way he pitched to Holiday. 3-1 pitch to end that last inning. He didn't give in, threw him a nasty cutter even though he was behind. Just not a guy that gives in. Even 3-0 here.
Will they turn him loose on 3-0? Peralta leads the club in home runs with 21. You know Kyle Lohse wants this game in the worst way.
Oh, yeah.
Not just because of what it does for his current team, what it also does against his former team. We noted he's pitched poorly against St. Louis wearing this uniform. The 3-1.
And another example of him not giving in and hitting a corner on a 3-1 pitch. He did it with Holiday. He does it now with Peralta. Just a little cutter that catches that inside corner barely. Now he's going to be looking for a corner here too, I'm sure. 3-2.
Here it comes. And Peralta on an off-speed pitch, looked to be a changeup. Was out in front, pulled it foul. 8 for 24 with a home run against this right-hander.
Lohse does the perfect thing. It's inside corner moving in and outside corner moving out. And just makes it very difficult to square him up. Although he has given up quite a few home runs this year. 22.
3-2 pitch. On its way. May have gotten away with that pitch, and I'm sure the Brewers are seeing that as well. And who knows? This could be his final hitter, depending on what happens. (3-2). Spoiled by Peralta.
He's still just going in and out and in and out movement. He's gone sinker, cutter, fastball. He might lose this battle, but he's pitching.
You mentioned earlier with Miller, with a good breaking ball, you're left to guess a little bit, or at least that is part of the arsenal. That's what Loesch has going tonight.
Exactly.
3-2. Peralta with a fly ball lifted into shallow center. Carlos Gomez coming on, calling for it. 1 out. So he comes back to get Johnny Peralta.
And that's a great point to come back to, Dan, because the reality is if you're Johnny Peralta at the plate there, you can't guess. You can't look for one thing. You're just really reacting to what he's doing, which is what he's trying to get you to do. Now, if you're looking for that pitch down and in, maybe you square it up.
Loesch and the Brewers have turned a double play tonight. That was back in the 4th. Here's Molina. He's fly to center, also grounded out to second. Gomez has played extremely deep since the Brewers picked up the lead. Big gap in left center. Molina hits into a double play. The second double play turned by Milwaukee. The threat is through. Loesch rolling in game 3. Sports Midwest. We go to our studio across the street and a Bommarito Sports Update. All right, looking forward to it. The post-game show. The Pirates are charging hard. The Mazda game summary. Milwaukee with a 2-run lead. Loesch 7 innings, still in the game. Ramirez got them on the board with an RBI single. Shelby Miller lasted 6. And Matt Adams is 2 for 3. Scooter Gennett, Jonathan Lucroy, and Aramis Ramirez. So the lead is at 2 as we speak. Second inning of work for Seth Maness.
And uncomfortable.
You bet. Ground ball that's hit to third. Carpenter makes the play.
Dan, I've been talking about the Cardinals offense not being what they were really the last couple of weeks and really since the beginning of September. Up until this series, the 16 games up until this series, 10 times the Cardinals scored 5 or more runs in 10 of those 16 games, including a 13, a 9, and a 9-run game in that time. So the Cardinals offense was really heading in the right direction over about a 2-week period. And this series here, Milwaukee has really turned that on a dime with their pitching. Cardinals, not much offense to speak of in game 1 or game 2 last night behind Wainwright. Just a couple of runs, and tonight, 7 straight zeros.
1 out, nobody on. And a 1-0 pitch to Lucroy, and he bangs it down the third base line, and it's foul. 3 hits last night, 3 tonight. And a 1-1. Hit out of play.
Sam Freeman getting loose for the Cardinals. Haven't seen a lot of him in September. Certainly somebody they would count on in the postseason if the Cardinals get there.
One ball and 2 strikes. John Lackey in the last 12 days, he's thrown a total of 42 pitches. He'll go tomorrow night. David Holmberg, long relief against the Cardinals, 5 2/3, only allowed 4 hits. That's the matchup for game number 1. Been saying it time and again, big game pitcher tomorrow, big game.
And Holmberg, you mentioned, had that good, essentially a relief appearance when Axelrod, the pitcher, got hurt. He came in and just shut out the Cardinals. Now Miller ended up winning that game. That was one of his very good September games where he was just right on, and he was good tonight. Shelby only gave up 4 hits in 6 innings. No walks again for Shelby Miller. You really can't ask for more than that.
One and 2 the count. Popped up to the right side. Got him to reach. Adams, foul territory, and he makes a basket catch.
Matt still does not seem to be moving all that well, really, in a lot of different situations. He makes a nice catch here, and he made a nice catch earlier. And there's good hands, stayed with it. But we saw him on the base paths a couple of times, and even defensively, just moving a little awkwardly, a little slowly, and he still has that kind of side issue, that oblique strain that may still be problematic.
And a base hit for Ramirez. 2 for 4 tonight. So a 2-out hit. All the runs have been scored with 2 outs, and it extends the inning to Ryan Braun. The man has loved Cardinals pitching over the years. Most hits against St. Louis, that's updated, 238 for Aramis Ramirez. Pro career began back in 1998. Signed with Pittsburgh, traded to Chicago in 2003, and now with Milwaukee. Brewers hold an option on his contract. And pitch in the dirt. Braun has popped out to second. Single to left and hit a rocket off of Shelby Miller that turned into an out. Lots of room to the right side, and a 1-0 pitch by Manus. Ground ball that's hit to short, and a force play. Instead, they'll go across the diamond. So Braun retired. 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup coming up. Bud Light Live, the perfect beer for whatever happens. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Pittsburgh has posted a win. Washington has won as well, 6-2 over Miami. They now have 88 wins, and they own currently the best record in the National League. Pitch count only at 79. Loesch has never thrown a complete game against St. Louis in his career. And a strike to Oscar Taveras.
Dan, I know the Cardinals are not directly competing against the Los Angeles Dodgers, but indirectly they are. 2 games behind the Dodgers as far as overall record, and again, a long way to go before you can start talking about postseason and home field advantage, but that's something to play for, having a better record than the Dodgers.
Kathleen and Paula Kilcoyne, the mom and sister of Martin Kilcoyne, who is sports director at her sister station here in town. They're at the game and enjoying it. Martin tells me they love Rick Horton. And I've got to say, this season has been, as always, a ton of fun with you. This is your final game in the booth. You'll be on the post-game set, pre-game set next week, and tomorrow night also in the postseason. You do an unbelievable job.
It's been a pleasure, Dan. Looking forward to hopefully across the street with Pat Paris talking about some big Cardinal moments ahead of us, and excited about that. And that will be my home with Pat. He'll keep me sane.
I mean it. You do a great job. Al and Tim do great jobs as well, and it's fun working with all 3 of you.
Well, Dan, it's been a great year. It's been fun, and of course appreciate the entire crew we have here and the guys who do a great job in the truck, and think about how long this season is and where it starts, but I still think fun moments ahead.
Tying run again will come to the plate. Base hit by Taveras.
Got on top of that, didn't he?
The pinch run for Oscar Taveras. It'll be Peter Borges. Borges had 2 starts in this series.
That move is as much about Borges coming in anyway in the next inning for defensive purposes, which you would expect to be the case. And certainly faster than Taveras.
This league doesn't miss much, and I bring that up because Taveras, Wong, you've talked about it, little jumpy lately. So he gets a nasty, and I mean a nasty changeup to start the at-bat.
Well, if he's been jumpy, you don't think there are people that have been communicating that? And
that's right.
Milwaukee dugout.
Wong hits it down the right field line. It's hooking and foul. Home run distance from jumpy foul.
Yeah, from jumpy to jumping on it. Oh, a split second longer. Wait a split second longer. How about that? Out front. Got a lot more power than people think.
A.J. Brzezinski is on deck, and all of a sudden that sends a little jolt through this crowd. The 0-2. Back to Loesch. Stays with it. And Borges went in hard to the shortstop, Gomez, and they get the lead man.
Well, the double play was lost when Loesch did not come up with it clean, so Gomez not really going to make the throw, and Borges making sure. Sliding past the base.
That may be it with a lefty in the pen. Ron Renneke, though, going with his righty, the former Red and closer in the Los Angeles. Broxton to face Brzezinski when we come back. A hard-throwing right-hander, A.J. Brzezinski, will be the pinch hitter. It's Archevi called to the pen. Interesting move, as well as Loesch has been pitching.
Yeah, Broxton's been pitching very well lately as well. But with all the decisions that are made late in the game, this is one of those that I can't help but feel good about. I'm glad Loesch is out of this game. As tough as he was today, keeping Cardinal hitters off balance, maybe just the hard-throwing Broxton is what the Cardinals need. Somebody that, boy, when he's in, you know what you're going to get from him. You're going to get hard, hard, hard. And Brzezinski, an opportunity to thrill this crowd. I think Colt Long's foul home run kind of gave this crowd here tonight a thought of what if. Because they saw almost, and I think they know that it's possible again, and they are into this game right now.
Brzezinski is 5 for 12 as a pinch hitter this year. And he grounds it to first. Reynolds casually steps on the bag. I'm not sure he knew how many outs there were.
He knows now.
Ooh.
What a break that was.
This time of year, not to know how many outs. Oops.
I'm reasonably sure at the University of Virginia they teach you to count to 3. And Reynolds is already at 2, and this is 3. And he doesn't even make a throw or think about making the throw to second base. I know he's embarrassed about that. And we'll see if the Cardinals can make that hurt.
Matt Carpenter with a walk, strikeout, and a ground out. Runner in scoring position, Colton Long. Fastball misses low and away.
It's interesting. You look at some of the faces of the Brewers, and they're kind of laughing about it. But, you know, it's always funny till somebody gets hurt, right? Isn't that what every mom tells her kid?
One swing, and it hurts.
Exactly.
Loesch was not one of those Brewers smiling. Here's a 1-0. This is where Milwaukee can be very, very tough. Look at Loesch. You got to be kidding me. They've got Broxton here. Rodriguez ready for the back end of the game. 2-0 the count on Carpenter. 8 home runs this year. Here it comes. 3-0. John Jay on deck. I think it's interesting too. They knew you had a guy like Carpenter who stays in the game. Jay more than likely. They didn't go to the lefty. 3-0 pitch. They've got a couple of good lefties in their pen.
I think that's a good point. Zach Duke has been the maybe hottest guy lately, but Will Smith's been the guy that's had maybe the best overall year. He just hasn't been as sharp in the second half, but a lot of appearances for both of those guys, and in situations exactly like this. So that's a question that Brewers fans will be asking if Broxton doesn't get through this.
3-2. Two outs, a runner at second. Cardinals down by 2. A 3-2 pitch on its way. Good cut by Carpenter. Crowd of 44,823 here tonight. 49th sellout this year. 49. The 3-2. And he walked him. John Jay tonight has had 3 very good at bats. 1 for 3. Lined out to left. Lined out to third, and a base hit to right, and another hard hit ball.
Interesting to watch Kyle Loesch as he is having some anxious, nervous moments in that dugout. It's almost as if he has a bit of a premonition about what might happen. You know, baseball happens. Baseball comes to get you when you make a mistake. Baseball knows. And the double play that wasn't made might have to get punished. And John Jay would be the guy to do it.
2 outs, 2 on. First pitch to John Jay. Ball 1. See Lucroy point at the front shoulder as Broxton is flying open a bit. A lot of these pitches have been on the outer half to the lefties.
Again, no left-hander to face Jay. The right-hander next in Holiday.
John Jay with 3 home runs, if you're wondering. The 1-0. 1 ball and 1 strike.
When you fly open with your front side, your throwing arm drags. When your throwing arm drags, you miss high away to your arm side. That's why Broxton has been missing away to John Jay. Then you try to keep that shoulder in, as Lucroy's telling him. Come straight to the plate.
The 1-1. 1-2. Broxton not quite as hard a thrower as he once was, but he still can bring it.
Loesch can't even watch.
very deep in the outfield. He's set. The 1-2. Dan deep in the outfield because they do not want a ball hit over their head. They do not want Carpenter to score, but what they do is they allow the blue pit. And for a guy like John Jay, we've seen him flare the ball all over the place. And frankly, right now, we take that. The 2-2 pitch to John Jay. Base hit into left. Here comes Wong. Almost got past Parra. Cardinals get on the board. Tying run in scoring position. Go-ahead run is at first. They're still not out of it yet. 2-1 Milwaukee. And look who's coming up. That's not a bad pitch right there, down and away, and John Jay does such a nice job of taking it the other way. And there's the ball. We almost had to get by Parra, the reaction of Kyle Loesch. But if that ball would have snuck under the glove of Parra, that reaction would have been a lot worse from Kyle Loesch. Here is Holiday. They're on their feet here at Busch. Two outs, two on. Chopped up the middle, and it's gloved. The throw. Ow! Carpenter comes to the plate. They will review it, I'm sure, and if it is reviewed and turned over, a run would score. This game very well could be tied. Carpenter continued running. He was called out, but Carpenter was just a few feet from home plate when that call was made. And is Matt Holliday out, or is he safe? This is the exact play Joe Madden in spring training taught his first baseman to make, which is if there's a runner at second and a tight play, throw home. Take a look at it here. Is he safe? If he is, we're tied. He's safe. Holy smokes. The fans have seen it as well. Broxton has just seen it. Busch Stadium in a frenzy. Carpenter needs to go in the Cardinals dugout right now. Don't stand there. Get in the dugout. Don't take your helmet off. Put your glove on. Don't wait for them to tell you where to go. That will be the next part of that. Is Matt Carpenter called safe at home or not? I don't know how he's not. They've shown it again here at Busch Stadium. The hand, safe. Definitely safe. The right hand, I'm not sure if it ever touched first base. And regardless, it looked like the left hand was in there. So Carpenter is about a third of the way down the third base line, and this may be what they're talking about right now. There's the play. The out at first base, and there's the out called. Would they have had a chance to throw Carpenter out at home or not? I'm not sure they would have. I don't think they would have. But will they score him or not? That's the question. The Cardinals will argue this. They're saying that Matt Carpenter goes back to third. And Matheny doesn't like it. And so far, Carpenter hasn't responded.
So here's the play at first. Definitely safe. Reynolds doesn't react after that. He gets the out call, but where's Carpenter? He's rounding third. He's headed home. He's going to try to score. If they call him safe, does Carpenter make it home safely or not? I think it had been a close play. That's a tough call as far as I'm concerned.
Bases loaded. Ball one to Adams. And again, Lucroy pointing at the front shoulder. Matt Adams with 2 hits tonight. Tying run at third. Go-ahead run at second. Insurance at first. The 1-0. 1 ball and 1 strike. Two minutes and 8 seconds with the review. The 1-1. 2-1. Again, Rick, like we've been talking about, Broxton struggling right now with control. That ball is flying away from the lefties.
So be ready if you're Matt Adams, but don't help it.
The shortstop near the bag at second. He could poke one through that hole. The 2-1. 3-1. They were a potential double play away from being out of the inning. Mark Reynolds.
Throw to second. Back to first.
Forgot how many outs. The 3-1 pitch.
Three and two, everybody will be moving. As if we haven't had enough action in this inning.
A 3-2. Borderline pitch, protecting the plate. The 3-2. He walked him, and this game is tied. 2-2. Now he can score.
His premonition was right.
For a guy that doesn't walk much, if at all, Matt Adams with 2 bases loaded walks in this series.
The double play that wasn't. The hustle by Matt Holliday beating out that infield hit. The good eye of Matt Adams. You have seen some Cardinal effort here in the bottom of the 8th. It's been fun.
3 hits, 2 walks, and now it's Peralta. The bases loaded the first inning of game 1, hit into a double play. He would love to atone for that. Here's the 0-1. Peralta broken back. It's hit to short. Gomez has it. Up the line, and the tag applied by Reynolds. Cardinals have tied it up. 2-2. Matt Adams, bases loaded walk to tie it up. Peter Borges stays in the game in center field. John Jay is in right. Here's Trevor Rosenthal. You'd have to think he's been itching to get back out there after blown save in game 1. Archevy called to the pen. It'll be Parra, then Reynolds and Gomez.
Big hit for John Jay, who now moves to the right field with Borges in center. And the key for Rosenthal is going to be to get that strike one and get that first hitter. He's had more control issues this year than he's had his entire career, and that's going to help when they swing at ball 1.
Parra tonight is grounded out to second twice and also struck out. Game is tied 2-2. And a ground ball that's tapped foul.
Danny, watching Trevor pitch, and I'm curious if you agree, he has such simple mechanics, and there's really nothing wrong with his delivery, and he's pretty good at repeating that time after time. It's kind of a mystery that control has been an issue for him this year. There's nothing wild about his mechanics, nothing there. Again, that good changeup. Maybe good's not a good enough word. That's a great changeup there.
The only thing I've noticed, and you would know better than I, but at times he rushes his delivery.
He sure does.
Just gets in a hurry, and sometimes the pitches are up.
Heavy pump in his delivery, and he does go quickly. That is true.
When he slows it down just a tad, he is lights out. Here is Reynolds. He may try to hit one to Milwaukee to atone for his mental error.
Swinging for Milwaukee.
Now you see that swing. Do you think changeup? As good as that first changeup was to Parra.
Not a bad pitch, but he's the kind of guy that hits mistake off-speed pitches. And I think he's vulnerable to the fastball. I'd keep pumping the fastballs in on Reynolds.
We had a camera on Reynolds in between innings. We went to commercial break, and you could see the frustration in his face.
Yeah.
Looked like he was apologizing to some of his teammates.
I think
potentially.
he was actually looking for Kyle Loesch, and remembered he was hitting this inning and had to kind of run in to see him quickly. And you feel bad for him. It happens to players throughout the year, and you can see him making notions to his head. What was I thinking? And tough moment for him, clearly.
Baseball.
Love to atone for it here.
Baseball knows.
Baseball knows.
One and two the count. Reynolds breaks his bat, pops it up, calling for it, Adams. Overlooked thus far the work by Seth Maness to make sure that this stayed a 2-run Brewers lead at the time, 2 scoreless innings. We've seen Shelby Miller for 6, Randy Choate 1 hitter. Maness came in with 1 on, nobody out in the 7th. And now Rosenthal has gotten the first 2 here in the top of the 9th.
Well, there's some nice moments ahead tonight that will mean the difference in this game. Number 1, this series number 2, and number 3, maybe even more than that, for the Milwaukee Brewers or for the Cardinals. If they can win this game, what that means for postseason. And Cardinals know that Pittsburgh has already won, and they're playing great baseball. The Brewers are chasing the Pirates the way the Cardinals are holding them off.
The 1-1 breaking ball, and that's taken high. You mentioned Borges coming in and running for Tavares, who got the pinch hit, or rather the base hit. Borges pinch running, and the risk you run with that, yes, you improve defensively. However, Peter Borges hits second, looking ahead to the bottom of this inning, which would be Tavares' spot. It's a risk that you run. Tavares, you would think, could end it on one swing of the bat. Who knows? Maybe Peter Borges would do that. 2-2 the count. Weekly hit to the right side. Adams. Rosenthal. A chance to win it when we come back. telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Loesch and the Brewers were oh so close, and now we're tied up at 2-2. Jeremy Jeffress, this guy has been tough on St. Louis. Our Chevy call to the pen.
Yeah, we've seen him in this series. He has a nasty knuckle curveball and also throws mid-90s. So what Ron Renicki's doing is he's not going to his closer first. Most managers will do this. Maybe go to a guy that can pitch an inning or two and hope that your team comes back and gets a run, and only use your closer if you get the lead. This game's so important to the Brewers. You wonder if they would hesitate to use Rodriguez if there was a tough situation and they needed a strikeout.
4 career walk-off hits for Yadier Molina. Molina bounced into a 5-4-3 double play back in the 7th. He's grounded out to second and also fly to center. Cardinals tied it up with 2 in the bottom of the 8th. They could win it here in the bottom of the 9th. And a fastball taken high at 96.
Walks really hurt Jonathan Broxton in that 8th inning.
Mechanically, just didn't seem quite right.
And he had been very, very good.
If we go to extra innings, Pat Neshek is throwing and getting loose in the pen. Molina, Borges, and Wong. Then Rosenthal's spot. The chance of Yadi here at the park. On 2-0, he drives it into left center field. Game-winning run is on. Yadi digging for 2 into second base. They will pinch run for Yadier Molina. That runner will be Tommy Pham. That means that Tony Cruz, if he went to extra innings, would be your catcher. Cardinals have already used A.J. Pierzynski.
Big welcome for Yadi. A lot of emotion in that Cardinal dugout. And for those that love that 2-0, take a strike. If you're from that school, you're not happy with Yadi swinging. But for those who think that's the perfect time for you to jump on one, you've got some ammo, because Yadi does just that. Jumps on that pitch, drives it into the gap. He represents the winning run at second base.
All kinds of room to the right side. They're playing the corners in, anticipating the bunt, and there's a strike. What if they pulled back on the bunt? He just punched it through on the right side. They're trying to keep the runner close. Pham at second. So Jeanette is there. Reynolds is in.
It's an option. I'm not sure Mark Reynolds wants to field the ball right now either. A lot of room over there.
Here's the 0-1. And a foul ball. 0-2. It is one of those great debates, too. You get a man in scoring position, then you have potentially 3 shots to bring him in instead of wasting with a bunt and an out.
Well, we know what Earl Weaver would have said. I'm not giving up an out. I only get 27 of them.
Now with 0-2.
I like him swinging here.
I do too.
I don't like bunting with a hitter with 2 strikes. Give him a shot. Blue pit. Ground ball right side. Something.
Borges could be a hero tonight. Time is called. If you're wondering about the speed of Pham, he could fly. He's at second base. Outfield arms, very good. Especially in left and center.
Gomez loves to show off his arm in center. Plus arm, Gold Glove there. Parra 9 assists in left. Braun, good arm as well in right.
Here's an 0-2 instead. Look at Pham. And wouldn't it be something? Peter Borges, who came in to pinch run for Oscar Taveras, could wind up winning this game for St. Louis.
Lucroy wants to change the signs, and I wonder if that's because Borges tipped off whether he's going to bunt again or not. Lucroy has more information, so he wants a new sign for Jeffress.
The 0-2. Borges bunts it foul.
I think that's exactly what happened, because he couldn't bunt the curveball, and then when he thought Borges was going to bunt after the inside move, he read that he would. They changed it back to the curveball again. Tough pitch to bunt, and Cardinals give away an out.
With 2 strikes. Here's Wong. It was a foul ball hit by Wong, and they'll intentionally pass him to get to Randall Grichuk. It put a little jolt in this crowd and maybe woke everything up. You may recall Colton Wong back in the 8th. Pulled one down the right field line, and
sure did.
All of a sudden the crowd got into it.
And the players responded.
Yeah.
Hard to say you started a rally with a foul ball, but maybe that's what happened.
So instead of dealing with Colton Wong, you have that power against power matchup with Randall Grichuk coming up. Also, the potential of a double play to get out of the inning. Mentioned at the time, we thought maybe you're doing the Cardinals a favor by taking Kyle Lohse out of the game. That has proven to be true. Cardinals, if you're wondering, with 6 walk-off hits this year. In each instance, a different batter at the plate. Randall Grichuk could be number 7.
We like what he's done with the bat lately. He's had a lot of line drives, really uses the field well, and much more locked in than his first time up into the big leagues. And really had a nice year at AAA too. Just did a lot of things well. Very good defensive player, but I just think he's a confident hitter at the plate right now. And that's what you want with your pinch hitter. Grichuk 5 for 14 as a pinch hitter. 5 for 15. I think even some of those outs were line drives.
Season on the line in many ways for Milwaukee. The Cardinals would love to reduce the magic number to 8 and keep Pittsburgh 2.5 games back. Tommy Pham represents the winning run. First pitch to Grichuk. Fastball on the outside corner at 94 as he paints the black. The 0-1. 1-1 pitch to Rando Grichuk. Tapped foul. 1-2. We had a super slow-mo last time that Jeffress was in of the knuckle curve, which is a tremendous pitch for him. You spoke about that earlier when he came in.
Very sharp knuckle curve, and haven't seen it as much yet to Grichuk as I thought I might. Thought he might throw 3 in a row to him, but he started him out with a fastball. But we saw it against Borges, and Borges couldn't get the bunt down. The curve was so sharp.
A 1-2 pitch to Grichuk. Goodbye.
There's the filthy knuckle curve. Late break freezes Grichuk. Those lefties you talked about, Dan? Renicky was saving them for the ninth.
Will Smith came over to trade from Kansas City. Will face Carpenter with the game on the line. Will Smith. Matt Carpenter 2 for 6 against this lefty. He was traded for Nori Aoki, who's just put up a historic series for Kansas City with 11 hits in 3 games for the Royals. That was done in the offseason. And so Carpenter, with 2 runners on and 2 outs, could be a hero tonight.
Will Smith leads the National League in appearances and went through a period where he was struggling. But the last time we saw him, he got sharp again. Throws hard, good breaking ball, and as you mentioned, very tough against left-handers. And if he wore his pants any higher, I think they'd be called shorts. The man shows a lot of sock, doesn't he?
He sure do. All right, here we go. Bottom of the ninth, the game on the line. Smith against Carpenter. First pitch to him. And a good breaking ball for a strike. Carpenter has walked twice tonight. He has struck out. He has grounded out. He goes to a full count in 20% of his at-bats. 3rd highest rate behind Yelich and Ryan Howard.
Number 13 against number 13.
Which one is lucky tonight? The 0-1.
What is that called? Triskaidekaphobia? Fear of the number 13? I'm not afraid. Are you?
Well, you better not be if you're Smith or Carpenter. Pham, the runner at second. The 1-1 pitch to Matt Carpenter. take that slider to left. The 1-2 pitch. And he went. They don't even check down at third. And the threat is through. Leadoff double by Molina. And the Brewers escape danger. Extra innings coming up. The strikeout of Matt Carpenter. What a ball game we have in Game 3 of this series. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Tony Cruz and Pat Neshek, the new battery for St. Louis. Unfortunately, you roll the dice in pinch running for Yadier Molina. Completely understand why you do it.
Sure.
Now he's out of the game. So you used A.J. Pierzynski. He was a pinch hitter against Broxton, and Tony Cruz is your new catcher. Lyle Overbay will be the hitter as we get things started here in the top of the 10th. And a changeup at 68 miles an hour is taken for a ball.
You've also used your emergency catcher, Daniel Descalzo. Pitch hit in the 6th inning.
You have Greg Garcia, you've got Cosma, you've got Ellis, and Xavier Scruggs left on the bench. My guess would be
Jason Mott.
Well, you never know. Doubtful. I'll go with either Garcia or Cosma as my backup right now.
Yeah.
But you never know.
We, of course, teasingly say Mott because he's the one that has the most experience doing it. Caught in the minor league system for the Cardinals and turned him into a pitcher, and that was a pretty good idea.
4 pitches and a rare walk issued by Pat Neshek. The go-ahead run is aboard, and here's Carlos Gomez, who was 0 for 4 tonight. Cardinals have used Shelby Miller for 6, then Choate, Manus, Rosenthal, now Neshek, and Elian Herrera, a switch hitter, will be the pinch runner.
The other thing that expanded rosters does for you, Dan, is it gives you more potential ways to score runs. You've got guys that may be better bunters. You have guys that run better on the bases, potentially.
Gomez bunting and strike one. I've always wondered, is it worth the gamble of adding a player on your 40-man roster that is the only thing you can do is run? How many games would that make a difference with in September?
think of Herb Washington doing that with the Oakland A's.
Absolutely.
And that was really an experiment at the time. Wasn't even a baseball player. It was a track star. And they just felt that, Charlie Finley felt that, yes, that is worth it.
Bunts it in the air. Cruz, one away.
Carlos Gomez is out bunting. All you can do is say thank you. By the way, Dan, you mentioned you beat me to it. I have enjoyed the entire season with you. You've had an outstanding year. You're the best there is in baseball right now in terms of your play-by-play, and it's an honor to work with you. And I knew I would get extra play today with you.
Here's your check.
But I knew we'd get some extra time. I wasn't ready to go over to the post-game set yet.
Thank you. It's been a lot of fun.
Bunting. Some say it's easy. Maybe those people that say it's easy haven't bunted off of Neshek or Jeffress's knuckle curve.
The percentages will tell you that if you bunt, say it's a leadoff double,
get him to third.
Get him to third. That more times than not, that run comes home. However, where I would question it would be with a position player at 2 strikes. 1 ball and 1 strike on Scooter Gennett. Well, the changeup has been such a good pitch against a left-handed hitter. You don't have Yadier Molina behind the plate. It's at 68 miles an hour. You wonder if it's time to run if you're Milwaukee. There's the changeup, and it's a base hit into right field. Jay will get it back in quickly.
Really looked like a pitch that Neshek was more concerned maybe than he should have been about the runner there, and he kind of didn't finish the pitch very well. The changeup delivery, but didn't get his normal action on it, just sat up in the zone. I think exactly what you're saying. He's worried about holding the runner, so he rushed his changeup a little bit. Normally slows down his body quite a bit, doesn't he, when he throws that changeup? But we didn't see it, so his arm hadn't quite caught up to that spot. The ball's up in the zone, and Gennett gets a hit.
So here's Jonathan Lucroy. Double to the left field corner back in the 4th. Cardinals with the infield in. Lucroy takes ball 1. It's grounded to third. Bounced back to the pitcher and also popped out to first. 0 for 5 against Pat Neshek.
Cardinals hoping for a double play. They're about halfway in, and say Lucroy's a candidate.
1-1. Francisco Rodriguez starts to throw in the pen for Milwaukee, their closer for the 5th time, who's had at least 40 saves in a season. Two and one.
Pitchers try to induce ground balls. The question is, well, how do they do that? Quite often it's a pitch down in the zone with movement down, and often it's a pitch where you jam a hitter. They don't get the full extension on their swing, and Neshek tried to bury that fastball in on the hands of Lucroy, trying to get him to hit the ball on the ground right here.
The 2-1.
have not seen much of Tony Cruz in the last few weeks. And it begs the question, how game sharp is he right now?
The other question, Neshek has been a little up and down as of late. Does he have put away stuff? And he needs to strike out here. The 2-2. Backed up, and Lucroy stays alive. Neshek, an incredible season, 1.41 ERA. He now has thrown 64 innings. With the out is recorded here tonight. In those 64 innings, he has 64 strikeouts. Tough to strike out. The 2-2 popped up and out of play. We're going to talk about this pitch. Long will come in to get a better understanding of where to position himself. You may not even see Cruz put down a sign.
We've seen that a lot from the Cardinals. When they have the mound meeting, they'll come back and there won't be a sign, because why not talk about it while we're out there? Why give the other team a chance to steal it? And if you're not going to give the sign, you give your middle infielders a disadvantage, because they may not know what you're throwing. So that's why a lot of the middle infielders join in on those meetings. He does give one here.
The 2-2. He got him. Strikeout of Lucroy. One of the biggest strikeouts this year for Neshek. Can he get one more out?
Lucroy reads fastball, and it's a little bit of a cutter almost from Neshek. Took a little bit off of the velocity and hit that outside corner. And very, very tough, as you say, to strike out Lucroy. But this guy is a handful. It always has been.
Ramirez with 2 hits. Both have been singles. Pat has not been getting that outside corner here in the 10th. Runners at first and third. That's the most emotion on the mound we've seen from Neshek. Saying that's a strike. Here's a 1-0. You play so long, 6 months, 7 if you include spring training, for moments like these and games like these. Tense, so much on the line for both these teams in late September.
All those games are preparation for moments like these.
Here's a 1-1. Now 1-2. What does he come with 2 strikes on the Cardinal killer, Aramis Ramirez? Neshek is set. 1-2 pitch. On a hop to short. Nice play. Force play at second. Jay, Holiday, Adams. A chance to win it in the bottom of the 10th. First and third, one out. Neshek. This is what it's all about. September baseball. The Chevy called to the pen and now working out of their bullpen.
He's had problems, Dan, giving up the long ball.
John Jay will lead it off against this right-hander.
Jay rips it into right. Here comes Jay, and the Cardinals have the lead.
John Jay 4 times tonight has hit the ball hard. RBI single in the 8th. Part of this comeback for St. Louis. We're tied up 2-2. Well, we have a moment. Want to congratulate Kevin O'Malley, St. Louis attorney that's been confirmed today as the U.S. ambassador to Ireland. St. Louis's very own Kevin O'Malley works over at Greensfelder right across the street. Congratulations to Kevin.
I bet they're having a pint over there celebrating that.
29 home runs allowed for Marco Estrada. He does have a home run against this right-hander. Jay shoots one foul and out of play. Nothing at 2. John with 2 base hits tonight. Both have been singles. Line to third, line to left. Here's the 0-2. Up the middle. Tough play. Jay hustling and out. In steps Holiday.
Hector Gomez has played a nice shortstop here tonight in place of Gene Segura, who has had the night off, and Gomez has shown some range. That ball hit right back up the box. You thought maybe that's going to be a base hit, but he made that play very smoothly. And I'd also say the play Peralta made to end the top half of this inning was pretty smooth too. The ball Ramirez hit wasn't hit that hard, but boy, you could see the spin on that, and maybe easy boot if you don't get the right hop in the right spot. And Peralta's been steady at short all season long.
The second half, the last month, Holiday in many ways has carried this club. They're asking him to come through potentially one more time with one swing of the bat. 2009, Cardinals acquired Matt Holliday. That's the last time he's had a walk-off homer. The 0-1.
You and I have talked about Matt really being the team MVP in a lot of ways. Mentioned the increased offense in the last 3 weeks, and Matt's been at the center of most of that.
The 1-1 pitch. He just seems, for the most part, not every swing, not every at bat, but as locked in as he's been all year.
Great. And when he hits them, he hits them.
Yes, he does.
105 miles an hour plus. We've seen that a bunch off the bat of Holliday. And he has tremendous power to center field.
The 1-2. Holliday pops it up to the right side. Looks to be playable. And it is. This game so crucial for both these teams. Cardinals, if they win, keep the Pirates 2.5 games back. Currently they're 2. A loss, they're a game and a half out. Milwaukee then pulls to within 4. Milwaukee is 3 out as we speak in the wild card. Carlos Martinez has been throwing. Matt Adams could swing and end it with just a mighty blast. He did it earlier this year, and we flash back. This was against Pittsburgh and a left-hander. Cardinals had back-to-back walk-off homers with Adams and Wong.
There was the tough lefty Justin Wilson. And Adams, who that really hit lefties that well this season, sure did that night.
And a fly ball lifted to right. That carries to Braun. We head to the 11th. Tied up 2-2. St. Louis 8-7. How'd we get here? The 8th inning. Mark Reynolds on what could have been an inning-ending double play with Jonathan Broxton. And instead, the Cardinals take advantage of it. Wong would score. And then it was an infield hit. A walk. This game tied. Infield hit was by Matt Holliday. Had a review to see if Carpenter scored to make it a 2-2 game at that time. They returned him back to third, and here's our Chevy call to the pen at Carlos Martinez. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side.
Mike Matheny using a lot of his bench and his bullpen already. Still more reinforcements if things go longer. Carlos Martinez, as we mentioned, has pitched very well of late. 12 2/3 straight scoreless innings for Carlos.
Ryan Braun takes strike one. That pitch last inning did not go Neshek's way.
You talked about the infield hit. You mentioned it again for Matt Holliday, and I'm just again reminded of his hustle on that play, smelling out the hit, diving into that first base bag.
0-2 the count.
The man plays hard.
Does he ever? Braun, Parra, and Reynolds due up this inning for Milwaukee. We are in the top of the 11th. Base hit into right on an 0-2 pitch. So again, in extra innings, the Brewers get their leadoff man on.
Carlos Martinez has too good of stuff to give up an 0-2 hit. And what I mean by that is he has so many kind of nasty places he can go with movement. Down and away, down and in, a lot of places he can go off the plate. And to just leave a fastball fairly straight that time too, in the middle of the plate, more up and away, that's not a good pitch for him.
Now Parra, twice he struck out. He's bunting, and it's a good one. Carpenter to Adams. Braun in scoring position. Mentioned it when he came up after the mental error by Mark Reynolds. They're going to pinch hit for him. It would be his spot. And they will pinch hit for Reynolds. This will be Chris Davis, who's got some very good pop. Before the acquisition of Parra, who has been the primary outfielder, third outfielder, it was Chris Davis that was playing every day.
0 for 7 as a pinch hitter. A couple of strikeouts. You wonder if he's a little rusty.
One out runner at second. Davis is swing and a miss. Cardinals have used Miller, Shelby for 6. Randy Choate, one hitter. Manus came on, gave the Cardinals 2 innings. Rosenthal scoreless 9th. Neshek scoreless 10th, and now Martinez. Here's the 0-1. Long look. Here it comes. Ground ball that's hit too short. Peralta thought about going to third. Gets the shore out. 2 down.
Wouldn't that have been interesting? Well,
definitely had a shot.
Yeah, the problem with making that throw is often the runner gets in your way on that angle from the shortstop, and you'd be throwing into his back, and you'd risk a throw that might hit Ryan Braun. Maybe you have time to do it, but a lot of things can go wrong. Get the sure out and leave it up to your pitcher, Martinez.
Logan Schaefer, the final left-handed bat off the bench for Milwaukee, will pinch hit. They had 2 lefties. Overbay, they've used him. Now Schaefer, and then a switch hitter in Herrera, who is a pinch runner.
So the pinch hitters that remain are all right-handed, and realize, of course, a couple of bases open, and you're in extra innings. You don't necessarily want to be putting people on, but what you could do is force Estrada out of the game. And I'm not sure you're that enamored with having to do that necessarily, but you make their bullpen shorter if you do that. Again, it's September, and there's 12 guys out there, but they're not all those guys do they want to use tonight.
Logan Schaefer, when we last saw Milwaukee, had a tremendous series against the Cardinals. 2 outs, runner at third. Fastball. Ball 1. 97 from the hard-throwing Carlos Martinez, who could give the Cardinals multiple innings here tonight. His spot in the lineup, 5 away.
Gene Segura on deck. The pitch hit for Estrada if we get to that spot. And now the Brewers bench is getting smaller.
Schaefer is 0 for 2 against Carlos Martinez. They're just going to put him on. Pittsburgh earlier tonight, 3-2 win over Boston. Garrett Cole picked up that victory for the Pirates.
So here's what that does do. If you're thinking about the possibility of this game going multiple innings more, which it could, you've taken the guy that's most likely to go multiple innings for the Brewers, and you've just knocked him out of the game here. Looks like they're going to pull back Segura and go with Ricky Weeks.
Three straight pinch hitters here in the 11th. 0 for 2 with a strikeout against Carlos Martinez. Runners at first and third.
A lot of experience pinch hitting this season. 12 pinch hits.
Scooter Gennett emerged as their everyday second baseman, so Weeks becomes a bench player. Final year of his contract with Milwaukee, being an everyday player for years. The Cardinals will have Peralta, Cruz, and Borges due up. Pitch to Ricky Weeks. Good slider. Wow.
That is a bender.
One. Now 1-2.
Got to throw it again, don't you?
2 nasty ones, back to back.
Don't hang it.
The 1-2. He went with it. Blocked by Cruz.
Should have added don't hang it or don't throw it in the dirt for a wild pitch. Tony Cruz saves the day here. There's the slider. Tight spin. Cruz smothers it.
A 2-2. Slider on 3-2.
I say yes.
Here it comes. Fastball up and in. 97 on the gun. 3-2 pitch to Weeks. Bases loaded. Inning started with a base hit by Braun to right. Sacrificed by Parra. Chris Davis grounded out to short. Intentional walk to Logan Schaefer. A walk to Ricky Weeks. And now Carlos Gomez. Bases loaded.
Interesting, this conversation is more with Derek Lilliquist and Tony Cruz than it is with Carlos, but I think that's more the sense of making sure that the message is clear in Spanish from Tony Cruz to Carlos Martinez. You think about the nuance of our language, Dan, how easy it would be to misunderstand what somebody says and means, even in English. And you don't want to get that wrong thought conveyed here if you're Derek Lilliquist. So he's using Tony Cruz and his capabilities to make sure Carlos gets the message.
Gomez is 0 for 5. First pitch to him. Strike one.
Gomez has been so good with runners in scoring position this season. Another asset in his column.
The 0-1. Strike two. And Carlos Martinez is saying thank you. I mean, even if that gets down, Martinez is such a good athlete, one of the best fielding pitchers in the game. You got to force play at the plate.
No, he's trying to bunt that to the third baseman Carpenter, who's way back, and he thinks that he can beat him to first before Carpenter can make that play. Thankfully, we don't know, and we'll never know.
The 0-2 pitch. It's getting in your kitchen.
La Cocina.
Woo. Some heat in La Cocina. Gomez is struck out, flying to right, hit into a fielder's choice, grounded out to short and popped out to the catcher, trying to bunt. He got him. Carlos Gomez 0 for 6 on the night. The Brewers strand the bases loaded. Another chance for St. Louis to win it. Peralta, Cruz, Borges coming up. What a night. for Milwaukee, a strikeout of Carlos Gomez.
Here's the at-bat. Martinez. Bases loaded. Strike one. Good slider. Then the bunt attempt. Again on the slider by Gomez. He gets ahead 0-2. Then tries to jam him with a fastball. Gomez just barely gets a piece of it. And then he swings at that last pitch. Cruz steps on home since he didn't catch the third strike, forcing the runner theoretically that could have come home from third base. So Martinez somehow, some way gets out of it against a dangerous Gomez. Even though he hadn't had a hit tonight, Dan, still a dangerous situation for the Cardinals.
So the Chevy called to the pen. The right-hander Kinsler is in for the 61st time this season. Extra innings in game one. Milwaukee won that in 12. Last night a thriller and a shutout for St. Louis, 2-0. And tonight we play the bottom of the 11th, and Johnny Peralta, who leads the club in home runs, leads it off.
Kinsler was the winner in game one.
And Peralta is hitless in 4 plate appearances tonight. First pitch to him. Take it for a ball inside. Two and 0. A night that saw Kyle Loesch as effective as we have seen him wearing a Brewers uniform against the Cardinals. Mark Reynolds, we think, not knowing how many outs there were, led to an extension of an inning. Peralta pulls it foul, and it's 2-2. Kinsler is the new pitcher.
Segura at short. Rogers. Jason Rogers will play first base, so it's Segura, Rogers, and Kinsler. 7, 8, 9. And one thing Ron Renicki's been able to do, and there's a look at Rogers, who's at first base, he's been able to keep his big bats in this game. With all of his switching and changing and pinch running, he's still got his main guys in here tonight.
Just got a piece.
And you remember that didn't happen in game one when he pinch ran for both Lucroy and Ramirez and came up late in that game with guys at the plate that weren't his main guys.
The 2-2. Full count. Tony Cruz is on deck.
As I told you, Dan, I was been thrilled working with you this year. You've been terrific, and I was excited to get extra play, and I just want to be on record as saying those 11 innings is enough.
Up the middle, base hit. Winning run is aboard.
No offense.
I'd say that's a pretty heartfelt statement. And right back at you.
Hey, there's always next year.
And the wolf of Clark Street, Tony Cruz.
Here it is. Can't get enough of that.
Think about the bunt here. Ron Renicki did that in the top of this inning.
Yeah, I think you have to.
Brewers are thinking the same.
Jason Rogers fresh in the game at first base, bunted to him.
And ball one. Ramirez charging at third.
Cruz squared a little late right there for me. I think if you're going to bunt, square a little earlier. Pretty good bunter, though. I've seen Tony do that before, a couple of sacks, but he has very good form, good kind of understanding of the art, and could be a key to this inning. Him doing his job, just deading the ball, first base line.
The 1-0. 2 balls and no strikes.
Now do you gamble? 2-0. Oquendo flashing the signs. I wouldn't, but I'm a little tempted. How about you?
Very tempted. 2-0 pitch. 2-1. I agree with you. He seems to be a little late in squaring up to bunt.
Yeah. And Jose's coming down to talk to him right now. And you can even see what he was doing with his hands. Get the bat out in front of you. Get it out in front of you. Here's the deal, Dan. If the bat is not out in front of the plate to start with, that means you are moving the bat out in front of the plate. And how do you move the bat one way and deaden it the other way? It's harder to catch the ball. It's harder to kind of set your bat angle if the bat is moving as you're squaring the bunt. Get the bat out quickly in front of the plate. As in now.
Runner goes, hit and run, and a double play. They take a chance, they get burned.
Told you I was tempted.
I was very.
And so were the Cardinals.
Yep.
Well, it almost works, too. The problem is the shortstop covers and not the second baseman. And that's a sign between the middle infielders who covers depending upon the pitch. And basically, Tony Cruz guessed wrong. Because by the time you're hitting, you're thinking hit the ball the other way, hit the ball the other way. And unfortunately, Jeanette was right there. If Jeanette's covering, that's a base hit to right. First and third, nobody out.
So 2 outs, and here's Borges. Looks at strike one. The Cardinals now have hit into 3 double plays tonight. Jeanette, Lucroy, and Ramirez due up for Milwaukee if we get to the 12th. Figaro, Wooten, Nelson, Rodriguez left from the right side in their pen. Borzolani, Wong, and Duke from the left side. One and two.
So you realize in a game like this, Dan, in September, just how important your system is. Not just your big league team. You've got situations where you've got guys like Grichuk with a chance to win it, Pham with a chance to win, have the scoring run. You got guys out in their bullpen that may not be one of their top 10 guys, and you just have to be deep and be prepared for moments like this and games like this.
Seen the occasional pop this year from Peter Borges. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and nobody on. Full count. Three-two pitch. Borges chops it to third. Fair ball. Ramirez sends us to the 12th. may be around the country. We hope you're enjoying Cardinals baseball along with Rick Horton and Jim Hayes. I'm Dan McLaughlin. And it'll be Scooter Gennett, Jonathan Lucroy, and Aramis Ramirez for Milwaukee here at the top of the 12th. Entertaining night of baseball, to be sure. Gennett, an RBI base hit back in the 5th and a single in the 10th. First pitch, a ball.
I've seen Carlos Martinez, and I don't want to project or predict anything negative, but we've seen him a couple of times where he's brought great emotion to his first inning out of the bullpen, and sometimes the second inning not as good. So the key for him is to stay sharp here.
Liner into left. There's Holiday.
He's a guy that works on emotion and a little bit of flair to go along with that. Some may not like that, but that's, I think, where he is at his best. When he has a, boy, I don't want to say arrogance, but almost, where he believes that nobody can hit him. I think Wainwright projected that for 9 innings yesterday. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, you don't want to show up the other team, but you also do not want to show him any weakness on the mound either.
Lucroy at the plate. I think more and more we're seeing that in sports in general.
Yeah.
But especially in the game of baseball where it's kind of been taboo. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Key part in this game was runners at first and third back in the 10th, and only one out and a strikeout of Lucroy by Neshek.
Find it funny to think back, film of old time games. Don Larson's perfect game is one that comes to mind. Bob Gibson won a World Series game and came off the mound, and 4 or 5 guys shook hands like they were at a board meeting. I mean, that's what the scene is. I mean, a perfect game in the World Series. Oh, good. Nice. Thank you. Good job.
Well done.
That's good. Well,
we'll get it tomorrow.
Okay. See you next spring training. And, I mean, clearly they had to have emotion, but they showed it differently. And I think, again, today's athlete, and again, especially baseball and TV may have something to do with that, because everybody understands that it's a place to show off your personality a little bit. And fans like knowing the player, and they become a little more outward instead of being kind of that closed off personality that I think guys were in the past.
The 2-2 is a base hit into left center. Jonathan Lucroy is aboard with his second hit tonight.
It's a slider that just sits up in the zone, doesn't break. Amazing how big league hitters do not miss many mistakes.
Ramirez with 2 hits tonight. Cardinals have not turned a double play this evening. The Brewers have turned 3. Ramirez 2 for 6 against the Cardinals right-hander in his career. The 0-1 pitch. Boy, he went hacking at that one. And it's popped up on the infield. Colton Wong. 2 down.
Heard his grunt all the way up here.
Yeah. Cardinals, by the way, will have Wong, Martinez's spot, and then Matt Carpenter. Ryan Braun started a threat back in the 11th for Milwaukee with a base hit to right against Martinez on an 0-2 pitch. And you noted at the time his stuff is too good to get hit that way on an 0-2. Braun with 2 hits tonight. Segrist, Greenwood, Lyons, Freeman, all available from the left side. Mott, Masterson, Tuivailala available from the right side in the Cardinals' pen. Nasty pitch there, the slider from Martinez.
That little dot that you see on the ball where the spin is, that's the dot that pitchers try to make a little dot. If it's a big dot, it normally's not as sharp and sits up a little bit in the zone, but that sharp slider usually produces a little dot and a sharp, short break.
2 strikes now on Braun. The 1-2. He was on it. The 1-2 pitch gets away from Cruz, and Lucroy finds himself in scoring position. See a couple of times at Tony Cruz motioning towards Martinez just to maybe keep his emotions in check, don't overthrow it. That's exactly what he did right there.
Tony did everything he could do to block that ball. Scored as a wild pitch appropriately. Tried to smother it, couldn't get squared up quickly enough.
Low to Braun. First base open. You can be very careful here with Ryan Braun and deal with Parra, who's on deck. 36 pitches in this extended outing now for Martinez. A 3-2. Got him! Struck him out. Take a deep breath, Cardinal Nation. What a night of baseball. Another chance to win it for St. Louis when we come back. 71st appearance. The 2.60 ERA. He'll get the left-handed hitting Colton Wong. Xavier Scruggs will pinch hit for Martinez, it looks like, and then we'll see Matt Carpenter. The Brewers now have stranded 12 on the night. The Cardinals have stranded 8. Milwaukee has out hit St. Louis 10-8. This 2-2 game.
Well, so far we've seen everybody that's come out of the bullpen as kind of the main guys for both teams. The guys that have been here all season long, made contributions, and of course in the case of Broxton, it's a guy that they got late but kind of one of their main guys still, and Kinsler, Estrada, Will Smith, all kind of key parts of the Brewers bullpen. Same thing on the Cardinal side, but you may get to the next layer where this game is decided, an important game clearly for the Brewers with Wooten, Figaro on the mound, and Scruggs at the plate. I mean, who knows?
Wong showing bunt. That's ball 1. It's been hit by a pitch, grounded out to third. Hit into a fielder's choice, scored the first run for St. Louis tonight. It was intentionally walked back in the ninth. 2-0. Wonder how many times it's shown for effect just to bring infielders in, open up some hitting lanes. The 2-0 pitch. Now 2-1.
We saw Molina hit a 2-0 pitch in the gap to put himself in scoring position, potential winning run, and there's a 2-0 pitch that's on the outside corner. You don't swing at that. You look middle in, you take it if it's not in your zone.
2-2. Big gap in right center. Duke is set. The next to Wong drops down and strikes out Colton. Seen him add that to his repertoire pitches. Against the lefties, drop down sidearm. And now Xavier Scruggs, who destroyed left-handed pitching this year in the minor leagues.
Got a tweet from a interested Cardinal observer who believes that time for one of the Cardinals to hit a homer. He would love that. That interested observer, Shane Robinson, is watching this game and rehabbing. Unfortunately, an injury to Shane ended his season, but still got his emotions in this, as he should.
Slide at Pittsburgh and second base. Scruggs hits it off the end of the bat and it rolls foul. 0-2. Another season of 20+ home runs for Xavier. Really disappointed for Shane Robinson, who, hey, you put in all the work and now these are the games that you love to be a part of and you can't participate.
But they're still your guys.
Here's an 0-2. In the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Xavier Scruggs. One-two pitch. 2-2.
He has the power to do it. We've seen it.
The 2-2. Count runs full. Carpenter on deck. Back-to-back strikeouts for Zach Duke here in the bottom of the 12th.
Like a little late movement here. Yeah, there it is. Sinking down and away. Respecting the power of Scruggs. By the way, we did talk to him, and he said very clearly it is Xavier, not Xavier. And a number of people have wondered what the correct pronunciation of his name is, and
Parra almost got there. Xavier Scruggs.
And I guess he ought to know.
I'd hope. Been living with that name for quite some time. Matt Carpenter struck out with runners at first and second back in the ninth. Hitless tonight, pair of walks, pair of strikeouts. He's also grounded out to short. Warming up in the Cardinals' pen for the second time tonight, left-hander Sam Freeman. Trying to extend this inning to John Jay. 1 ball and 1 strike. It'll be Parra, Segura, and Rogers if we get there. The top of the 13th for Milwaukee. One and 2 the count.
I do not recall Zach Duke being that crafty and that precise with his pitches when he was a starting pitcher. He's a different guy. He was good, but I just think he's doing things out of the bullpen that he did not do with Pittsburgh, including that.
A quick pitch, and it rolls fair. Carpenter was ready for it. How about that? Just a quick pitch to Carpenter, and Matt, check swing, base hit. And Duke is saying, you've got to be kidding me.
Here's the quick pitch. He comes set. No, here I go. Oop. I'll take it. He was ready, though. Give him credit for that, but not maybe the proudest hit of his career, but why not? Now how about a gapper?
Outfield extremely deep. Big gap in right center for Jay. The first pitch is a strike. The 1-1 pitch to Jay. Bounced foul.
Getting a lot of tweets from Cardinal fans that it's getting late for them and they're wanting the Cardinals to score. And I would just implore the Cardinal fans that you got to stay up and watch this. And as Jim Cott told me many, many years ago, you've got all offseason to sleep. That was his motto.
1-2 instead of check on Carpenter. Since 2011, the teams have gone to extra innings. The Brewers have won 8 of 11 games in extras. Last Cardinals win, Alan Craig singled off of Cameron Lowe. That scored Matt Carpenter.
And by the way, Zach Duke reminding me a little bit of Jim Cott, the way he drops down to extend his career.
Strikes out the side and sends us to the 13th. Sam Freeman, 38th appearance. Going to be Parham, Segura, and then Rogers due up for the Milwaukee Brewers. We are in the top of the 13th of a 2-2 game. Milwaukee's out hit St. Louis 10-9. The Brewers have stranded 12. St. Louis is stranded 9, and the Cardinals have committed the lone error in this game. Parham is sacrificed. Hitless tonight, pair of strikeouts. Following up on what Jim Cott was saying to Ricky, think of Rogers Hornsby. People ask me what I do in winter when there's no baseball. I'll tell you what I do. I stare out the window and wait for spring. Nothing like it. Late September baseball. It's something on the line for both these teams. A lot on the line. First pitch to Parham from Freeman. Bunted, foul. Strike one. This is the longest game of the season for the Cardinals, at least in terms of innings played. Strike two. Seventh pitcher used by the Cardinals tonight, Sam Freeman. And he got him a strikeout to start the 13th. And live arm of Sam Freeman and a good fastball.
Up in the zone. Sam does possess that live arm. Good changeup. It's all about command for him.
And there's strike one.
We just had a fan shout out from the upper deck that we love you, Dan, or maybe just below us. Dan, you've got groupies here.
They obviously have issues. Here's the 0-1. Strike 2.
Looks sharp, doesn't he?
Sure does.
By the way, I only have room for 7 pitchers in my scorebook. How about yours?
I'm running out of room.
Yeah. Always the next page.
Oh-2 pitch and a fastball at 95.
I think if anyone were to look at my scorebook, Dan, they would be able to make heads or tails out of all the things I have written on there.
That is a very clean-looking scorebook that you
a lot of notes. A lot of notes.
I think it fits you. You're very tidy,
and you know I use pen, as you do.
I'd say you're a type A personality, so
there it is.
Yeah, that's nice.
Thing of beauty.
How about Sam Freeman? Segura will sit down. Second strikeout for Sam.
Wow, look at that movement.
Jason Rogers. Strike at the knees. I somehow think that my groupies would be a little bit different than your collection of groupies.
I can't wait to hear your explanation of that comment.
I just think they'd be a little different.
Could you please elaborate?
Mine would be well-mannered. Clean cut.
You think mine would be edgier?
Yours would be more of the Metallica type. Ground ball hit to third. Sam Freeman. Nice work, my man. 3 up, 3 down. Holiday, Adams, Peralta coming up. To the pen. Jimmy Nelson, we saw him make a couple of starts against St. Louis, and one of those starts really was beat up on That was against the Cardinals right before the All-Star break, and a Saturday against Adam Wainwright. 2-2 game as we move to the bottom of the 13th.
I think everybody's got an idea of how they think the winning run is going to score here. Some would like to see the blast. One pitch, there it goes. Others want to see a run manufactured in an exciting way. We'll see if the Cardinals can get it done here in the 13th.
It's time to do it for the groupies. This is for you, groupies.
Isn't there school tomorrow, by the way?
Yeah.
Just wondering.
So what? It's the Cardinals in a pennant race. Kids, you have permission to stay up late. That's from Rick Horton.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead and tell your parents we're staying up late. Here's Nelson. Into pitch. Lucroy moves to first. Maldonado is the catcher. Matt Holliday against Jimmy Nelson to start the bottom of the 13th. Good cut by Holliday.
I got a wonderful picture via Twitter from a Cardinal fan in Fairbanks, Alaska, who says it's only 8:30 there, so he's going to be up for another 4 or 5 more hours, so he doesn't care. Love that. What a beautiful picture, by the way, he sent.
What if that individual is part of my favorite show?
Could be.
National Geographic does all kinds of shows from Alaska. Life Below Zero. Holliday bounces it up the middle. Leadoff hit. Any way we can send you on a one-way plane ride to Alaska?
How about Australia? Brisbane, it's only 2 in the afternoon, says another Cardinal fan. So they got plenty of energy left, but I think most of us would like to see it end here in the 13th inning, and Holliday gets it started off with his second hit.
Here is Matt Adams. Holliday back to the bag. Outfield is deep. Defensively behind the plate, you've improved with Maldonado. And that's not to take away from Jonathan Lucroy. Maldonado is just a very, very good defensive player. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Ball scoots away, and Holliday still at the bag at first.
I'm not sure he read that well. When it first hit the dirt, I think he thought that ball was going to bounce in front of Maldonado. He gets a glove on it, but it's behind him, and it scoots away from him a bit. I think Holliday would have had time to go, but that little indecision keeps him at first.
The 2-0 pitch. Bounce to second. They'll get the lead man out there, and safe at first, Adams.
Holliday makes it a little bit of a tough throw. Segura has to go to the inside part of the bag. Play a little too slow in developing to be a double play. Still looking for that gapper.
Here's Peralta. Amazing. Our fans tweeting us from everywhere.
Oh my, isn't that great?
Gentlemen
Incredible.
watching from Madrid.
Colorado Springs, Minneapolis.
Two 2-0 the count.
New Jersey. Cardinal fans everywhere.
The 2-0. Peralta breaks his bat and it gets through Ramirez. Adams stops at second base. Does not want to test that arm of Parra.
Well, Parra was really made for moments like that. He loves to show off his arm. It's a very accurate arm. And Ramirez has been really good with the glove. This one just kind of sneaks underneath it. He comes up a little too high on the hop. And the Cardinals with an opportunity with one out.
Two for two against Nelson. Remember, Molina was hurt at the time that Jimmy Nelson made that start around the All-Star break. That Saturday afternoon at Tony Cruz. Had a very good afternoon. Adams is your winning run at second base. One out. First pitch to Cruz. Taken for a strike.
So again, the good outfield arms of the Brewers combined with Adams, the runner at second base. Hoping for a base hit, but you're also hoping for one that's not hit right at somebody.
Game one of this series. 12 innings, one with a bloop base hit into shallow right. That was Milwaukee. What can the Cardinals do here? The 0-1 pitch inside to Cruz. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's a 1-1. Cruz up the middle, base hit. Here comes Adams. The big man will score. The Cardinals will win. They do it in 13. Magic number down to 8. Sensational win for St. Louis. They come back late to tie it up. They win it in the 13th.
What a moment for Tony Cruz. Game on the line in the 13th. And Tony Cruz comes through. Drives this up the middle. Hits it squarely. Here comes Adams. Strong throw, but not in time. What a win for the Cardinals. They win the series, and a tough, devastating loss for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Adams scores the game-winning run. The Cardinals win it before the clock strikes midnight here in St. Louis. Jim Hayes, take it away.
All right, Tony Cruz, a big base hit. So take us through that at bat, Tony.
I was just trying to get a good pitch to hit, and I was just trying to put a good swing on it. And I don't know.
Pretty good feeling, obviously, to come through like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge win there, you know, to come back against those guys. Loshi pitches his butt off, and, you know, credit to the team. We battled our butts off today, and